night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, so there for you
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you say you left.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume
Brother,
outside of containment.
What's that?
Has gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig.
Riverside, wait for me
wait for me. I'll become.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing.
I remember when I lost my mind! Yeah!
She's still single, I believe. Unless, wait a second. I think Chad said he scooped her up. Never mind. She's not single anymore. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody. I'm back. It was through no fault of anything other than I was suffering from some severe lower back pain. It pretty much kept me laid up. Well, laid up, hell, I had to just keep contorting into different like positions, even standing, just to relieve the pain for like a couple of seconds. And I swear to God, anybody that would have rode by my house and saw me through the window would have swore I was doing some kind of fucked up Tai Chi or some shit like that. But it's a wild story. And I want to tell you, if Lisa Tattersall is in the chat tonight, y'all, if you've got some problems, tell her about them. She can recommend, and she also makes some of the most incredible tinctures. I feel better than I have since last Tuesday night when I got off the air. I swear to God, I have felt, and it was due to some kind of a tincture she made it's made from something called ghost pipe. And I took some of that. I just mixed I think 3 drops in a glass of orange juice. And it's like there was no problem with me whatsoever, but I'll get into that later. We got a lot of cool people backstage. NWO Slayer has been back here for a while waiting. Chicago Cubby Bear and D-Man. What's up, fellas?
Howdy do.
Oh,
hello. How's it going, boys?
Good to see you, everybody. Just walked in the door.
Yep, yeah, I figured. I saw you kind of prepping back there, getting your hat ready and everything else.
Yeah.
I'm watching you all down here. It is crazy. Let's see what we got in the chat here tonight. We got a good number of people. We got 93 so far. We got piss drinking astronauts, Keith Masters. Yeah, right. See, that's another thing too. Mama Lisa, she gave me a special chocolate chip cookie too.
Oh, nice.
And that was cool. Oh man, she's got this stuff that's a mushroom that grows in the forest. It's called chicken of the woods.
Oh yeah,
I've heard of it.
Yeah, they're delicious.
And my wife and I was over at her house, and she fried some up, breaded and everything. And I swear to God, it looks and tastes just like chicken tenders or something. It was amazing. So she gave us a bag of those to take home. And listen, she's got the stuff, man. I swear to God, it's a real life apothecary, and it's all natural remedies. It really is. And it works for so many people. My wife had some kind of a skin rash that kept showing up last year, and she started using some of these products for it. And whew, no sign of them coming back at all. I mean, it's just boom, over.
Awesome.
Which will bring me to another thing. Let's see. So we got, Brad and Tasha, one or both. We're glad to have them. We love them. They've been here a long time. Crosshatch, Saddle Bum. We've got Heresy Seed. Here I am. Chili de con artist. All right. I know about Chili de con artist. De Castro. What a fruitcake. I'll tell you. I mean, I think his heart's kind of in the right place, but his narcissism and lack of self-awareness, you know, he really does want to promote himself, you know, as something grander than what he is. But I think his heart's in the right place.
That's like a YouTube disease.
It is. It really is. That's what we saw happen. Craig from FTFE was so bent out of shape over something, I guess, because I won't go over and debate him on his terms as far as going over to his channel or whatever else. But he went to the lengths of actually calling overseas to a Podunk County Sheriff's Department and trying to convince somebody that because he labels me a homophobe, lock up 3/4 of the county, if you're going to use that term. You know, was going to carry some weight. You know, he was actually, but the reality of it is he's so mentally unhinged. Him and Toon both. They're psychopaths, complete psychopaths. that it's one you see a lot. You can't refute the argument, attack the presenter. And that's what they do because they have no tenable situation. They have no tenable position. And so they get pissed off and they got to try to discredit the presenter or the debunker for that.
Don't attack the message, attack the messenger.
Right. So I'm like, hey, wait a second, man. You know what? And we're seeing this in real time because people are already doing it. I says, if we boycott these motherfuckers, don't engage with them. If they're a big channel that's been out there for a long time, like Red Rhetoric, and all he's got is looking at dumb shit in the sky, right? Toon, who's a psychopathic femboy, FTFE, who's I believe female to male transition. I really do, because that was the actions of a 14-year-old girl who's it really is, you know. I'll call child services on you, you know.
There's lots of stuff going on.
I'm on board.
Oh, there's Roger.
Reds has been sending people over to Roger's channel hardcore too, to continuously bother him and spam his chat, spam the private. I mean, really bad. Like,
don't engage with it. Just don't engage with it.
That's what I
had a rash. Do you remember back when there was all them people from Paul Unslave coming over and trying to crack my channel and shit, right? Yeah. We stopped engaging with them and they went away.
Yep.
Okay. Don't feed the trolls. Now, if there's somebody who's actually wanting to have a conversation, fine, I'll have a conversation with them. But this adversarial bullshit that they want to go up to and including stalking people's families, trying to call the police on them and misconstruing something into a potential threat. Listen, if we let these types of people in our midst, this is what's gone on. That's why they have that. He could get away with that over there and have somebody literally put in a cage, twist that around like that. You ain't gonna do that here.
Yeah.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah.
I put a video in private chat all about this, and that this is now becoming a common practice. Dave, surprisingly, Flat Earth Dave put a video out about this. I mean, it's behind a paywall, so I'm not paying.
Well, what they've been relegated to pretty much without, you know, there's a few of us that still engage with the idiots.
D-Man, I can give you the video if you want it. I'm in Dave's paywall. I can get that video if you want to look at it.
Well, I don't know what to replaying it. It might cause problems, and I don't want to see anything happen.
Right.
I threw up a generic one about it.
What they've had to end up doing, because there's a lot of people have gone what I've suggested, not that because of my suggestion, but I think that a lot of people came to the same conclusion as well, that without us, they have no content.
Yeah, there's nothing.
So they've had to invent fake flat earthers to pretend debate against. They've had to actually do that shit. And it's like, look, you don't have anything. That's your whole gig right there is with us.
Yeah.
If we come on your fucking thing or debate you somewhere, that's your whole gig. Otherwise, you don't have any content.
Yep.
What are you going to do? Sit down and talk about how good the globe is and shit all day long? Who's going to want to watch that?
Has anybody here seen those lol cow shows where they take those kind of like known for the wrong reason YouTubers and put them on one video, and then they just basically degrade, demean themselves for hours on end, and they just make them look like idiots because they don't care, but they're making money from it. That's the same thing. That's exactly what they're trying to do with anybody. I mean, it isn't just about socially awkward, like it isn't anything like that. They just don't have anything to put out. And that I think that they're making it into an as the world turns, or they're turning it into
trying to
thing. Yeah. They're trying
to. But I say that if we boycott it, see, their whole job is not to have a conversation, it's to shut down the conversation.
Yeah.
That's what they're about. And you can say whatever you want to about me. You can even slander me and say that I'm a violent felon, which is slander because it's not true. Okay. You can slander all you want to. You're opening yourself up to a libel case.
Yep. Yes, you will.
Test me, and see if I don't fucking do something. Go ahead and test me. Because, listen, it was no problem calling ICE. It was not a problem calling ICE at all and warning them of a possible female to male trans with severe leftist ideologies coming over to the United States in November. They need to put their eyes on it. I also told him what he had done about calling the cops, and I got a screenshot that after he did that, where he commented on one of my posts on Facebook that he said, you have no idea what I'm doing to you. Ha 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 ha. I'm like, what a freak. What a total fucking freakazoid, man. So I've got him blocked. 100%, man. I don't even want that guy anywhere near me, man, because I really don't want to have to go to prison. But that would probably happen. I mean,
there's an old adage, like, you don't let the fox in the hen house kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Off topic real quick, Lisa Marie, that ghost pipe shit. Wow. What a deal. 3 drops in my orange juice, and I'm like feeling right as rain. And that little dog with her, that's Teddy. Teddy's a cool ass dog. He was eating some of that chicken of the forest.
It's good stuff.
He was eating
it. Is good.
Or chicken of the woods, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had it before. It was a long time ago though, but it was really good.
Mm-hmm. Well, she found a big mother load of it growing in a tree, and she's got this knife. She went out there and got as much as she could carry and bring back. She had to leave the other half of it, and another one of her friends that collects up mushrooms, he went up there and got the rest of it. So that's pretty cool.
We were on the subject. Do that video in the private chat. That's
I got it right now.
Excellent. That's an excellent example.
This is the dilemma that we're in when we argue flat Earth versus globe Earth. It's a distraction. It's to keep us in a circle. That's what it's designed to do. This is what they've done to us throughout history. How do you take groups of people for thousands of years, hundreds of years, and keep them divided, and keep them arguing, fussing, fighting, arguing? I'm done with the games. They've been playing games on humanity too long. I'm done. It stops with me. I'm not down with that. I am a realist. I say we keep our feet on the ground. Literally on the ground. We are people. We are not flat earthers. They gotta come on our turf. And our turf should be solidified with objectivity. Our direct knowing.
Yeah, you can mute it. That's the end of it.
Just look at that flat, straight horizon.
Yep, that's why I left that in there.
That looks like the Outer Banks, Bob. It really does.
Better Key West.
Oregon Inlet?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's like tropic. Almost.
I'm not sure. I just took a guess.
Good job.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I noticed something on that video too, that it's when it's centered in the video, when whatever is centered in the video is perfectly flat. If it gets out to the outer edge or the edges of the top, you'll notice that it gets a little bit of distortion in it. It gets a little bit of curve only when it gets up on the right on the line of things. But I thought what the guy said, was dead on. I mean, that has a lot to do with, what this is today, to stay grounded and stay on point. Don't let all that bullshit get people, they do that on purpose to steer you in a direction. It isn't organic. This isn't some,
right. Well, their first tool is, of course, is mockery. Go ahead, Chad.
Oh, all I was gonna say is you'll notice they'll all come and show up together, and then they all leave together. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, they're all just in it to do exactly what you're saying, distract and annoy and kill the conversation, basically.
I appreciate you bringing me on, Dave. I want to say hello to everybody, Cubby, D-Man,
Hey, man.
Roger.
JJ?
How you guys doing, brother?
Good to see you.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, they like to hold hands when you know they're definitely a team.
Probably hold each other's hands when they go pee.
I did a little dipping because you were AFK for a little bit, so I was doing a little dipping into older videos and stuff, and I was watching some stuff from like 9, 10, a year ago, and dipping around a little bit. And I watched that tinfoil when you were on tinfoil sombrero.
Yeah.
God almighty. You have balls of steel, Dave. I don't care what anybody says. You have bowling balls of balls.
What refresh me? What actually?
It was the Karen B thing.
The Karen B
Oh, the
one.
Karen B thing,
Holy
yeah.
Jesus
witchy
Christmas. Hey, witchy poo. God almighty. I was like, holy God. Because I heard about it and I never watched it. So I dipped around a little bit.
Yeah, their clique over there defends Witchy Poo as well, like she wasn't out of line or something. It blows my mind.
Yeah. I don't want
quite
to dip on
obvious.
it, but I did watch it because I'd heard about it and I watched the whole thing. I thought it was a great show. I wasn't around at that point because it was about 10 months ago. So I was like, okay, let me check it out.
Hey, look at there. I think my chat over here is working.
The
It
rumble.
is. Hey, yeah. Look at there. Got Ryan 1778's over there. And we've got so many good people in here.
Should go on that side and stream from that side and be in the chat over there because nobody's ever over there.
I know, that's what I had to do.
Maybe I'll jump over there. Send me a link over there.
I wish it would just be compatible with StreamYard. Why the hell not? What is the hold up? What's the problem? I don't get it. I see some people do, and they have it. It's coming up in StreamYard, and it'll say that it's from Rumble, but I've not been able to figure out how to do that yet myself.
It does it for me. I get the chat on both sides, but I use Restream, so it's not streaming.
That might be the reason too.
And I wanted to thank you for something, Sav. I
What's
watched
that?
one of the older shows, and you were talking about the vestibular system.
Yeah.
And I wanted to thank you for mentioning in that show. It was quite a while ago because, like I said, I was dipping back, just watching older videos, and yeah, I learned quite a bit from that. So thank you for mentioning that on that particular show. It was like 6 or 8 months ago.
Oh yeah.
And I did some deep dive the other day and learned. Me and Roger sat and chit chatted for a while. That I didn't realize that that you can get false readings from the vestibular system, especially if you're driving or you're flying. I know that they give you we looked at a guide from I think it was the Federal Aviation from the FAA or one of those pilot safety things that basically explain to you how you can get false feeling where you think you're dropping but you're not. You make reverse mistakes because of the vestibular system, how you can get disoriented, especially if you don't have, let's say, like the gauges go out in the plane and you have to do it by visual. You have to visually fly. And man, I was like, holy crap. I mean, we basically have a balance system built right into us, kind of like a gyro.
Yeah, like in an airplane.
Yeah.
You know your X, Y, and Z axis all the time. You're able to tell that.
Yep.
It's unmistakable. And let me tell you what, you will know that you are moving.
Yeah.
Blind people. I had somebody try to tell me that. Well, that relies on visual cues, and I'm getting a little bit of a back feed. Who's that?
It might be Cubby.
No,
it might be. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's Cubby.
That's Cubby.
Yeah, and I like I said, you had mentioned this on an older show, so I spent about 5 hours in 2 days just trying to figure out what you were talking about, and I deep dived it, and yeah, that was the first thing that popped into my. And one thing I noticed too was, have you ever seen a blind person? Like a blind person sitting somewhere?
Yeah.
You ever notice how straight they are?
Yes.
You ever notice how they sit very straight up?
Yes.
It's because they don't have the visual because one part of that system is not working. So it's kind of like it's auto corrects them to a way. Like if you walked and closed your eyes, how would you walk? So I actually found a whole thing on, they do this unstable platform test. So when you're standing on the thing, they move it around at certain rates. They move it around fast, or they make it shake, so they could find out how you react to it to see how stable you are now that you're blind, or like if they test people who have been blind all their life, or people that had accidents. And I was like amazed that they're able to, even your vestibular system works if you don't have legs.
That's right.
It still works.
It still works. It's like I said, it's like that little balance system. It's going to tell you when you're off kilter in any direction.
And if you're emotional, especially, you'll definitely know that
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, yeah. What happens when you take the roof off the plane?
Oh,
then you get sucked out.
Yeah.
Well, that whole theory of, you're on a plane and you don't feel yourself, you don't feel it. Well,
Yeah,
that's
you do.
because you're in a container.
But you do feel it.
Yeah, if that thing dips even a millimeter, if it drops down, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel your stomach come up. If that thing lifts up and gets a bump and lifts up, you're going to feel
Any
your stomach going
turbulence,
to your gut. Yeah, I mean, you're going to feel any little millimeter, and it isn't because of the physicality of what you're in. It's because of your vestibular system. You recognize every degree of tilt, every motion. It doesn't even matter if you don't even have legs. You're still going to feel it because it's in your inner ear, and your eyes are the same way. If somebody had their eyes closed, or you walked up to a blind person and just pushed them, they can't see it coming.
Right.
But the reaction of it is, if one person's blind and one person has sight and they're looking at you as you're coming at them, it's using your eyes to see what's coming. So it's preconditioning you that a push is coming. You're preparing for it because of your eye. But a blind person doesn't have that. So when you push them, say you come up and you just push them, it's more of it happens first, then it's a reaction, not you're seeing it happen. And man, I deep dived it, and wow, it is so deep. I never knew anything about that.
Yeah. Real Cygnus seems to know everything about it.
Seems like validity of your divine senses given to you by your creator.
Yeah, it's internally built into every single person. So they did mention that some people that have diseases have vestibular systems that are not working at full tilt. They mentioned that a lot of people with MS have problems with balance. I don't know how. I mean, because it's a muscle, it's a muscle thing or a mind thing. I didn't go that deep because I just didn't have the time to do it. But I did, read that the vestibular system works even if you don't have arms and legs.
We'll get Luca to look it up on ChatGPT and tell us how it's like.
Please don't.
Thanks, Dr. Nick.
Did you see that freaking story about the supposed lady that won the lottery with ChatGPT, and she is going to donate the whole thing to like veterans or something? It's like, okay, yeah.
Sounds like a bullshit story.
The entire thing she's going to donate.
No, she ain't.
Yeah. Well, she never won, probably. But
that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Can't believe anything nowadays.
No, man. Everything's a fucking psyop. Everything's a show. Assassination attempts and Charlie Kirk shooter, and I mean, come on, y'all.
Have you been seeing the endless videos about Comey getting arrested?
Yeah.
I've
and
probably
Obama.
seen 30 of them today.
Yeah.
I think he got indicted. I think that's what it was.
I thought
Even if he does get arrested, like we're supposed to believe he is arrested or in jail.
Right.
I don't think Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison just because they say so. Give me a break.
No, listen. I watched a really wild video. Just came out yesterday. What is it? From the Conspiracy Files, I think is the name of the show. And this guy, he does pretty good research, man. Really good. He actually goes like overseas and shit. Young guy. And he's the one where I watched that video about the Marc Dutroux case in Belgium that tied right in with the Mothers of Darkness castle. And it was just like Pizzagate. Exactly. We had the Keystone cops, losing fucking evidence and all kinds of other shit. And this was back in the 90s. It almost brought the country to revolution. It was so so many prominent people, but they grabbed up a couple of low levels, locked them up, and that was the end of that. See,
Yeah.
same
Made
as
it
what
go
they're
away.
doing here. Same as what they're doing here, you know, with this shit. And I just watched one by him that said that his dad, Elon Musk's dad, is a prolific PDF file.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that this dude, he married this one chick and was diddling her daughter, his stepdaughter, and then years later he ended up marrying the stepdaughter, like Woody Allen and shit. And it's like, oh my god. I think his name is Errol Musk.
Yeah.
But yeah, that whole family.
His mom's a witch.
Yeah, that whole family's a twisted bunch, man. That whole family's just a bunch of.
He's
twisted
got like
people.
11 kids.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like everything about them is strange.
Maybe, I don't know. I've only seen like 1 or 2 of them. I don't know where all the rest of the other 9, 10 of them are.
He stopped carting around that little Antichrist he had out there.
Yeah.
That kid named X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's got one that's Craig. He's a transitioner.
Oh, of course. Named Craig too.
Yeah.
What the hell? You know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
How do these so fucked up people get all this fucking money and influence and power? They're the
Well,
most effed up people.
I don't think they have the money. I don't think they have the money.
They're propped up.
They're just like they have connections, right? So like they probably anywhere they go, they don't pay for shit. They put them in a house. They give them all this fancy crap until they step out of line, and then guess what? You don't ever hear from them again.
That's right.
And it's you know, same with sports athletes. They're just whatever's hot at the moment, you know.
Actors.
And then,
Yeah.
Actors.
A lot of them are bloodline as well, and
yes,
you're in the club that you're not in.
Yeah.
You know, and money's for us, not for them. You know, they can print money out of thin air. So money's for the slaves to give us the illusion of freedom and benefit, you know, fruits of labor.
You know, like camp certificates.
Right.
Yeah. You get a certain amount of camp certificates, then you can go to the cantina and you can get your stuff that you want.
Their currency is like
UBI.
children and stuff. You know, that's their currency.
Yeah.
So I threw another video in there too that and thank you, by the way, for another thanks for the reference that night. Last time you were on, you said you were going to listen to Ironworks. I went on Ironworks and he allowed me to come on the show, and I was on there the whole time.
Oh, wow.
We had a great time. It was a really good show.
Yeah, I
was
watched
on there. We were all on there. It's
I
pretty
watched
good
it for a little bit, and then I went on to bed, and then that shit started hitting me, and I was down. Listen, I'll tell you what. Now you got to know, for me to go to the ER, it's got to be fucking bad.
You went to the ER.
So I told my wife night before last. I said, "Listen, if this is still like this in the morning," I said, "Can you just go ahead and take me to the ER?" She goes, "Do you want to go up here to Page?" And I goes, "No, they're just going to send me to Winchester anyways." I said, "Why don't we just go to Harrisonburg?" So we went to Harrisonburg, to the ER the next morning. We go down there. I told them what was going on. They took my blood pressure, and it was like 220 over something, man.
Oof.
220 over 188 or some shit like that. I mean, they said, "Oh yeah, your blood pressure seems to be really high." I says, "Yeah, I'm in extreme pain." And for me to admit that is something phenomenal. Because she goes, "On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate your pain?" I said 11. So they took me back. It was pretty quick. I was there for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Coincidence? Probably. But so I went in there, and then they checking all this shit with ultrasound, trying to figure out what's going on. They checked my bladder because I was thinking it was my kidneys. I hadn't peed in like 36 hours.
I know how that goes.
And I didn't feel like I had to pee. And they couldn't find my bladder because there was like no urine in it. It was like 10 milliliters in there or some shit like that. Anyway, they put me on some IV, and then they wheeled me down for a CAT scan. Now, just for your information, there are no cats involved in this. I found this out.
Meow.
Yeah, they had me go into this little tube and back out and shit. And they come back a little while later, and they said, "Well, we found a little bit of damage to your kidneys, but it's old damage." And I was like, "Yeah, probably from my younger, rougher days."
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, we didn't see any problems with the liver. We didn't see, but we did when we got up to your chest area. We did notice that you have an aneurysm on your aorta." And I was like, "Oh, isn't that special? What do we do about the back?" That's what's my concern. We'll get to the heart shit later. But as soon as they figured out that I had this aneurysm, boy, then they were hot to prescribe me some blood pressure medicine and get me scheduled up for another visit and go in there for some kind of a heart study and all that shit, you know. Well, I'm not taking your poison pills, man. I can find other ways to lower my blood pressure. And they said it's about 5 millimeters away from being critical. It's at 4.5 centimeters right now, and they said at 5 centimeters it'll burst. And if you don't know, that's what John Ritter died from. So all I got to do is really lower my blood pressure and not expect to live forever like I never did. You know, I'm here today. That's all that really counts, because we don't know about if there's going to be a tomorrow. So that's where I'm at now. I've, you know, got an aneurysm on my aorta, and I have high blood pressure. That's why I'm a cranky old fuck.
It's like going to the mechanic, man. You go in to get your oil changed, and then they want to change your transmission, your engine, and everything else. Go ahead.
They sell
you joints.
Ching.
What were you gonna say, Justin?
I can't remember.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
So then I was still having that back problem. So I came home and I thought, okay, the couple nights before I tried Tylenol, but all that did was make me autistic.
Good one.
I told the doctor that. He said, "Did you take anything for it?" I said, "I tried some Tylenol, but it made me autistic is all." And they laughed their ass off at it. It was the lady asked me, she was writing out the prescription. She goes, "Now this is for your blood pressure medicine." And I says, "Oh, blood pressure medicine." I said, "How long do I have to take it?" She goes, "Probably for the rest of your life." And I said, "Well, then it's not medicine, is it?"
No.
That's not medicine. That's a prescription, you know, and I'm not wanting prescriptions. It's expensive, and it's poison. They'll probably give me some kind of goddamn side effects that I'll have to come back, and you'll give me another fucking pill for. And next thing you know, I got one of them little things with the days of the week on it, and enough pills to fill an M&M bag in each one of them. You know, you need breakfast? No, I just had a fucking handful of pills. You know, I'm good.
It did the same thing to me, Sav. I went to the VA and my blood pressure was up from something unrelated, and they tried giving me blood pressure medicine, and they're like, "You're gonna have to be on this the rest of your life." Guess what? I didn't take it.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
You're still
How many
here.
years later?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And even if I do go, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
You know, I really ain't. Any one of us could go at any second.
Right.
According to them,
Exactly.
global warming will get us first anyway.
Right.
Oh, I know. I'm not waiting for the Shenandoah River to reach my house. A few more miles to go yet, but we're good. Hey,
Al Gore's gonna knock on your door and come save you.
We warned you.
I'd call the pedophile patrol if that motherfucker showed up at my door. I said, "There's one of them baby rapers coming up here."
And here's a hanging Chad. Oh.
Yeah, I know.
All the Globies are in the audience saying, "You need to get your oil changed, Saab, before the engine blows."
Yeah.
Yeah, before the engine blows. You know, I ain't worried about it blowing. I'm going to drive this motherfucker hard till it quits.
Right.
Ride it down to the rims. That's how this fucking thing works, man. I ain't
Knocking lifter and all, huh?
That's it, babe. I don't care. I'm here now, and I'm going to have life.
Right.
Okay, I'm not going to sit there and start acting like some kind of an old invalid and eating pills and all that other shit. If I go, I go. I already know where I'm going, so it don't matter.
That's right.
You know, it don't
I gotta wake
matter.
up in the middle of the night going, "I smell burnt toast."
I smell burnt toast. Yeah, no.
Someone will pick up the torch.
So don't worry about it. I'll mail you blankets. You can put it over your legs.
That's all I need. That's all I need. The little wheelchair. One of them little caps. Like the old guy.
Just donate to St. Jude. You'll get a free one.
Oh yeah, that's what I could do. I already got my little squeezy coin purse thing. We called that a coin cunt. That's what we call that.
Don't be a coin cunt.
Don't be a coin cunt. Absolutely.
The prison purse.
Prison purse. I got
right there.
I got a cool little video about gravity. This is kind of good.
If gravity is invisible, how did scientists measure it? Like, imagine trying to measure a ghost. You can't point at it, you can't bottle it, you can't put it on a scale. Newton just assumed it existed because apples drop, moons circle, and people don't float away. But is that really a measurement or just a story to make sense of motion? Fast forward to 1797. Henry Cavendish rolls into the scene with what's called the Cavendish experiment. Picture a wooden rod suspended by a wire with little lead balls on the ends and bigger lead balls placed nearby. The idea? If gravity is real, those tiny balls should twist toward the big ones. The problem? The movement was so microscopic it could have been caused by air currents, static, or even someone breathing nearby. Yet Cavendish declared he had weighed the Earth. Pretty bold, right? And here's where it gets strange. Cavendish wasn't even trying to measure gravity as a force. His actual goal was to find Earth's density. But somehow history books now present it as the grand proof of gravity itself. Isn't it weird how stories shift over time and suddenly experiments mean things they were never meant to prove? Jump ahead to Einstein. He didn't even describe gravity as a force anymore. He said it's the bending of space-time, which means the definition of gravity itself changed. Yet the old Cavendish experiment is still taught as if it sealed the deal. So which is it? A force, a curve, an invisible pull? How can you measure something when the definition keeps moving? Think about it. We've built skyscrapers, planes, and satellites all based on math that assumes gravity exists. But you know, assumption isn't the same as observation. If you can't see it, can't isolate it, and can't test it without relying on other assumptions, is it science or just tradition dressed up as fact? And maybe that's the real question. Are we standing on solid proof or on centuries of stories stacked like dominoes, just waiting for someone to push the first one over? Because at the end of the day, you don't have to say gravity is fake. Just ask yourself, how do you measure the invisible without ever seeing it? This video is for entertainment purposes. If gravity is invisible,
of course it is.
I mean, it's really a stupid story. It really is.
Yeah, and they even provoke the cause. They can't get it to go when they do the Cavendish. If it doesn't work like it should, they'll provoke it. And it takes hundreds of times to even get the results they really want. And so it's pointless.
Look, there's Craig.
Oh, yeah.
I'm learning.
RFK Jr. is dumb. I trust real scientists like the ones that put arrows on the floor for us at the grocery store.
Yeah, I like their grand proof. You know, it's like boats going over the curb and toilets flushing backwards, you know?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Howdy, hello, Janusz. How are you tonight?
Oh,
Hey,
I'm
John.
glad. I'm glad. I came with another conspiracy theory. The Charlie Kirk.
Better be a good one.
I was thinking, I didn't see anyone was saying this, so that might be crazy a bit. But if you give me a few minutes, I will try to explain it, how I came to this conclusion. So I think every one of us already seen his shirt going up. Probably you've seen that, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. What going up?
His shirt going up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right. Did you notice that he had a microphone on his right hand attached?
Yeah.
On the shoulder. All right. People were saying that when there was a shot was going through his head because they have seen one frame of something near his ear.
Yeah,
right?
I saw that.
Right.
That's his necklace.
Yes, exactly. So people were saying as well that he had a bulletproof vest and so on.
No, he
because
didn't.
they provided one frame. It was bullshit. So we know it, Grant.
That was confirmed
So
that he didn't have
now
a vest.
let's take under consideration that there was fake blood and was pumping. Remember, it was like clotted already.
The squib.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is getting crazy now. Listen.
Yeah.
You remember about pagers and Israel?
Yeah.
Right. What if they put the freaking something to blow up in his microphone?
Mhm.
Right? Is it possible? Of course it is. So now let's think about it, that his shirt gone up. So what if this microphone had this charge inside and was exactly pointed in his neck, right?
Or what if it was just a squib hooked to his microphone so that nobody could see it under his shirt?
as well.
Listen, there was no bullet. There
Yeah.
was no death. All of that was fake. You
I
can
don't think so.
actually
He died.
see a puff of smoke start to come up out of his shirt.
Exactly.
Right there. And
So
I don't think he was killed. I don't think he was killed at all. That
I
was
don't
all
think so
an
as
act.
well. But that's a possibility as well. So what if, because they like psyops and they are pretty smart, we have to admit that, because they have plenty of people working on this
They
shit.
go under the guise of being stupid. And the way that they're doing that is by having obvious fuck ups with the FBI.
That's true.
Obvious fuck ups with the narrative, having several shooters, the possible shooters in the audience.
Yeah, as a distraction.
Listen, they did the same thing with the assassination of Kennedy. When people started coming up with alternate theories, that was where the term conspiracy theorist was
created. Yes,
exactly. Yes, people don't understand. A lot of people don't know that, but that's right where it came from. So basically, what you saw was a psyop that came along with the apothecation of the victim. That's another key red flag in these events, when there's an apothecation of the victim. And now they're trying to turn it into a religious revival of some kind. Bring in these secular Zionist Christians. They'll glom onto that. And it's like, look, oh, he died, for Jesus. And it's like, no, he didn't. He was talking about gang violence, literally, when he got shot in the neck. Okay? Or supposedly shot in the neck. He wasn't talking about Jesus or God or morality or anything else. He was talking about statistics on gun violence, which there's no such thing, because you can't put intent or actions on an inanimate object. There is no such thing as gun violence, just like there's no such thing as hammer violence.
Exactly. Or knife violence. Yeah.
Bingo.
And this is just a buzzword that they keep using and over and over and over. Like I say, this is a threat to our democracy. Democracy, democracy. We're not a fucking democracy.
It's a republic, not democracy.
We're a republic.
Yeah. Yeah.
But most people think, because they hear that over and over, just once again, as Joseph Goebbels said, if you repeat a lie often enough and loud enough, it will become true.
People believe it, yeah.
Yep. Look at here. Look at this scoundrel. That's a
Lowry.
scoundrel.
Hey, Lowry.
Son of a gun.
Yeah.
They're not great cheese.
Nicole's like, she's raving right now.
What's she
Oh,
raving?
I'm sorry. I was just on a rampage about Doc Martin.
She's on a rampage.
It's not the
guys.
word I thought you said.
Isn't it interesting?
Sorry.
Isn't it interesting? Like, I like to cut to the chase really quickly. It's all theater. Everything's theater. There's nothing left. There's nothing left to talk about. It's all bullshit.
Yep.
It's like, that if you look at if you look at Hollywood, they have the face, the smiley face, and the frowny face, right? They show you from Hollywood, smiley face, frowny face. They basically say, we deal in deception. We are showing you a bunch of bullshit to get you to behave a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't, I stayed out of this conversation for 2 weeks, but it's so obvious now. And I'll tell you why. This is why I was completely comfortable with everything that happened. I didn't feel shit when Charlie Kirk had
the same for me.
Had the thing. I didn't feel shit. I was like, holy shit. Does that mean I'm not in the I'm not hypnotized anymore? I'm not hypnotized anymore. I was like, oh, here we go. Same fucking story next week.
I was rather shocked at first.
You are hypnotized.
I was rather shocked at first because, just like with 9/11, you automatically go, oh my God, what just happened? The same as you'll react when an unexpected shit happens in a movie. A guy's talking to his men on the battlefield and showing a picture of his daughter back home, and then whap, he gets it in the head. You're like, oh my God, that was fucking heinous,
Yeah.
But it wasn't real.
Wasn't real.
With this, it was like that. 9/11 was like that, but then you start looking and the devil's in the details. Always the devil is in the details.
It's fucking crazy, man. And I was like, I'm going to give this a week. I don't want to talk to anybody for a week because I had this first initial reaction. I was like, I'm not feeling anything on this. It feels like the same script. And I was like, okay, let's let the internet go to town and do what the internet does, which is basically just deconstruct it, and or you have bots coming in from fucking who knows how many sides saying, oh, check this out. It was all bullshit from the start. From the very, very instant, it was bullshit.
I knew it was a hoax right away, because it's not our first rodeo. If you've been, had discernment for this many years, you everything that we've seen from the Boston bombing to the Oklahoma to the Sandy hoax, the Uvalde to the Pulse nightclub to the
Question
Vegas
everything.
shooting. It's constant, just fakery.
But here's the fucking greatest thing about it is that
9/11, January 6th,
we're getting to enjoy it now. Like we can see it. We get to see it now. We're like, oh, that's fucking stupid.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can enjoy it, but like, did you guys see like who her mom is? Like,
I've looked all into that. She's an actress. She was set up with him.
She was a pageant queen. I'm sorry, I don't have you in my headphones, Sab. I love it. Hi, Papa Sab.
She knows that she was involved in a pageant, right?
No, hold on. Charlie Kirk's dad was the architect of Trump Tower.
For Trump Tower, yep.
All right, like
that shit's old news, babe.
Like from like 2 days ago.
Yeah, like almost.
Yeah, that's how fast it's moving.
That's how fast it's moving. It's like it's so fast.
Right.
And here's the thing too.
Reptilian bitch, Charlie Kirk's fucking wife, right? Reptilian fucking lizard-eyed bitch. She's a fucking psycho. And apparently she's attached to a whole entire Romanian child trafficking orphanage.
We don't know that, and I don't sign on to what she's saying.
I do. I know that.
You know, if you do, then fine. But she has her ideas. I have mine. But
no, this is all over fucking TikTok.
The company was kicked out of Romania in 2011.
That's what's bad.
Okay.
Lowry.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
Charlie
really
Kirk's
hard
wife
because
is
she
not
doesn't
who
know when
Charlie
anybody
Kirk
else is
says
talking.
that she is, and
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk
hold on.
Hey, I want to take you guys way back. Where did Lincoln get shot at? Where was it? In the Ford Theater?
Yeah.
And this is just, I mean, this the same psyop. They just do the same thing every time.
Isn't it funny? Plug and play over and over and over
Everyone
again.
knows if something is pushed all the time on all news, all channels, you know that's a psyop. Always is, always was, always will be.
But this one was special.
Why? Because it works.
Yeah, but it was special because like we had been through enough of them. A lot of us had, and like I was actually literally I called Weiss, I called a couple other people that day. I was like, "How do you feel about this?" And I was and he was like, "I don't feel anything." I was like, "I don't feel anything either." When it comes in the past, we all felt something like when the Trump event, and we're like, obviously that one's fake, and then this one was even more fake, and they're jumping the shark over and over and over and over again, to almost the point that they want you to see. That's the
I
weird
know.
part.
That's what I've said. They want you to fucking see. They want you to know for some reason, and it's ridiculous. What
is their play? What is their play? What is
I
their
think
play?
it's multifaceted. It's going to be distraction number one, because there's always something happening behind the curtain.
AI
and
governance.
Then they get us to believe there's good people and bad people, which is just playing both sides.
Gun control.
Gun control. It's so multifaceted.
Like when it happened before 9/11, people are waking up to 9/11 finally, and they remove it. So because now everything.
The only reason that they started waking up to it is because it was some mainstream people disguised. Like, you ever see a show on YouTube called Redacted?
Yeah.
Okay, so that guy comes out just about a week ago with there was no plane. It was a missile that hit the Pentagon. And I'm like, whoa, way to go there, Speedy. You're just now figuring that shit out? Holy crap.
Yeah, and here's the fascinating thing that actually watching this thing unfold now, we've actually been able to watch exactly how it works. So you plant all of these jumping the shark moments, whether it's a hologram, whether it's someone shot it from here, whatever. They planted so many fucking jumping the shark moments in this. It was meant for a bunch of idiots to kind of figure it out. For us, we're like, this is a shit show. This is a dumbass shit show, and there's no crime scene. There's no crime. We had that one fucking figured out almost like 2 seconds into it, but the rest of it is crazy pants. They keep dropping more and more jumping the shark moments in here. Follow this rabbit hole. Follow this rabbit hole. I think
why are they pushing this fucking narrative?
And who is it?
putting
Who is it?
messages on cartridges.
Yeah, I put a video in the chat, Sav, in the regular chat. That kind of is a little bit, I think, that has to do with it. That's
The
just
thing
my.
is, they're putting all the time those details. They are released to public, and everyone is focused. Okay, he was shot from this side, from that side, from the bottom, from left, from right, whatever. But they don't say, "Oh, maybe he wasn't killed." They don't say it on the news. Everyone says he was killed.
Yeah, the whole story is like, oh, how was he killed? How was he killed? Who killed him? Why is the crime scene? But then no one ever asks the question, is like, is he dead?
Exactly.
That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. And the more you add to it, the more you sprinkle on all these little rabbit holes, everybody will follow them, but they won't follow the actual fucking obvious one, which is like, it's theater. It
reminds me of TFE. They just muddy the waters, and they get people coming back pushing flat Earth models with 24-hour suns in the South, and they give you all these different angles that you can. It just poisons the well, you know.
Right, JJ. Like the big question there was, did they actually go? Did they actually go? Did they actually go?
Right.
I don't.
Exactly.
It wasn't about the point where they actually went.
Yes, they went, but not when you thought.
Okay. So I have 3 videos today.
B-roll. I saw it back there. Janusz, I'll get it. I got one I want to play, then I'm going to get Cubby's, then I'll get yours.
Sure.
But the whole thing about that is people have to look at it as it was filmed, as a production, and they don't always film it in order. Okay, so yeah, they went there at some time and got some B-roll footage. All right.
Well, so I've done a lot of research on it and many hours of watching, and I come to the conclusion that Union Glacier is not even a real place, and it's because I went and looked at all the other evidence besides the final experiment. I watched all their marathons, all their skydiving, all these things, and Mount Rossman is fake as shit. Okay, that place is a stage, and that's, I mean, you just do the research, man. You know?
I wanted to ask Lowry.
It's there.
Lowry.
Don't trust me. Just it's there.
Well, see, that's what I said. Once I come to the conclusion that they fucking lied, I'm all done. I don't need any more. That's
the whole point. It's like I've abstained from like this whole conversation, but like it's the same thing that's happened every single time script wise over the course of maybe we don't even know 40, 50 years. They used it so many times. They fucked up bad on this one. Now, did they fuck up on purpose to show people? And then that would go back to the again.
How many times has Trump mentioned central casting?
A ton.
On a time.
It's all a show. It's theater.
And that fat bloviating toad. Oh my God! When he was at that Erica Kirk thing with the memorial, the cross between evangelism and uber Zionism and bullshit with fireworks and everything that they had. That was a memorial, really. And then he starts. Did you see him where he was pumping his hands and started singing along with "God Bless America" with over exaggerated mouth movements, like a fucking puppet or some shit?
Yeah,
I'm like, this guy is unhinged. He's waged war. There's riots and shit going on right now in Chicago, Portland, and Los Angeles against ICE. He's sent the military in. I mean, this is his goal. This is his goal. Is to turn.
Okay, so let's walk it to like the point of like, all right, this is the one that I was struggling with for the last 2 weeks. That's why I didn't go on anyone's shows for the last 2 weeks. I was like, this is fucked up. This is like the most easily observable psyop that was actually, you could see them jumping the shark over and over and over again, right? So what you ended up with was you had essentially all of these little red herrings, you know, including the holographic, everything was because it was on purpose. Okay, so what does that take us back to? It takes us back to the Q-tard narrative way back in 2020, where they said, enjoy the movie. Yep. Okay, well, then we're back to Q-tard narrative, which is counter narrative of the whole thing. So what is the compounded third story? Who is in control of that story that got planted to everybody else? All the Q-tards are going to be like, we were right. We were right. It was a movie. It was all bullshit, because it is a movie.
Yeah.
It's a fucking movie. So now what are they up to? why did they do this? Is this a grand deception? You talk to the biblical people, they're gonna be like, oh, this is the grand deception. This is okay. Maybe I could buy that, whatever. But I'm watching it. I'm like, this is the last straw. How many times can you compound a story and use controlled opposition on two different sides and then do a third one and then do a fourth one?
But Laurie, we know
How many times can you do it until it's fucked?
Because
right?
we know it, but we are in minority. The thing is, it still works. Why? Because now, for example, if you take under consideration ICAR and Russian vids, they're fighting each other. Oh, that's the story. Oh, that's not true. That's true.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you, this is some fucking bullshit. Now, I like They Live Truth.
Yeah.
To a point. But when you gotta try to be an asshole about some other creator, if you disagree with what they came up with, just simply make a video and show why you disagree with it. You don't need to tear the other guy down.
Yes.
And say things like, "Oh, if you're watching that guy, you're a retard," blah blah blah, and shit like that.
That's why I'm going to say it.
That left a bad taste in my mouth with that guy.
It is. You're correct. The thing is, they already predicted it because let's say people. I'm not right side, but let's say people on the right side were getting together and they want to make a division. And now, because they have different theories, they are dividing. They're divided. That's what they're looking for division, divide and conquer.
Well,
because
delusion.
we are going to strong together.
It's delusion. They're diluting that pool a bit.
Those are Glober tactics too.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. I'm going to add some levity to this, and this is good for a lot of the older guys are going to really understand this. Maybe some of you younger guys too. This is cute what this guy did with this song.
Was lifted hard with my back. I was doing some damage. That's when the hurt really hit me. I lifted up much more than I could manage. It was sharp, like something big. It was a nasty bad sensation, man. My back was screwed. It rendered me useless, could no longer move. There was one thing I wanted, just to lay in bed in a cup of water with some really strong pills. Not with the back pain, surely make you lose your mind. Not with the back pain, no. Not with the back pain, every day. Not with the back pain.
You know what's up? I cannot relate. I tell you why. Because in the matter of lifting, I'm like a child. Because child always squat and takes the lift with the legs, not with the back. That's why.
Well, I'll tell you something. What was fucked up is I was suffering with that back pain where I couldn't even sleep. I was just like getting up, laying down, standing up, contorting into different positions continuously. And that came up on my Facebook feed. And I'm like, motherfucker. For real.
Yeah.
Just laughing at you.
You know, AI knows your thoughts now, you know, so.
All right.
I wanted to ask real quick. I wanted to ask Lowry real quick if he saw the memorial, the Charlie Kirk memorial. Did that not look like a sideshow? Or
it looked like a
carnival?
It looked like a world wrestling event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It was
Yeah.
a political rally, dude. That's all Trump used it as a platform. That's what he was doing.
Oh my God, that's all it was. And now look at this dumb shit. This is this apothication that I'm talking about, right? They're gonna have a Charlie Kirk coin.
Yeah.
They're going to be worth 33 cents, right? Why not just stay with the show? You know, what the hell? I'm going to denote his birthday in October as official Remembrance Day for Charlie Kirk. I mean, they're really putting this guy out there like he's some kind of a martyr for some.
Are people buying this?
Well, yeah, and then they're demonizing the Antifa and the violent left, and this is what they're doing. He's really, I think, it's almost like he's trying to foment the violence so that we can. Well, this video will show it.
Did you see all the people at the memorial?
Oh my God, yes,
a lot of people.
And dude, I know there's a friend of mine, and he's the one that I talked to about the Duffy shit about his broker check. and he used to be a vice president for Paine-Webber.
Well, there was something I wanted to speak to.
Well, hold on a
Do you want to do
second,
the
hold on.
video? Yeah, do the video.
He's so in the tank that I was sure that he went to it. And I asked his son, did he go? He says, I don't even talk to that dude, man. But he lives right there in Glendale, so I'm sure he probably went because he's really MAGA. Boy, I'll tell you.
I mean, even if you didn't get in, there's hundreds of thousands of people outside.
Oh, and Jumbotrons out front,
Yeah.
too. You know, so you're going to make sure that you see Der Fuhrer in full 4K color.
And guess what? They biometrically tracked all of those people because guess what? Every sports stadium in America, you don't have to give consent. They track you right from the moment you get there in the parking lot.
Wow.
More AI governance.
Yeah, well, that's what we're getting ready to watch.
Every
What do you wanna
sports
say,
stadium.
Larry?
Yeah, show it, and then I'll talk to you about it. I want to see what you have. Go
All
for
right.
it.
See, I gotta go here and here. This guy, I have to about 99% of the time I'm sitting here going like, get out of my head. It's
Yeah,
like
he's Brian
we're
Harris.
so aligned in our thinkings, but we differ in things. He's still playing on the thing where Charlie Kirk actually was dead. I don't think he's actually dead.
He's not dead.
He's the main reason why I have joined Odyssey.
Oh,
So-
yeah. He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah,
I met
he is.
him in Richmond.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got a picture on my computer. I'll see if I can find it while this is playing.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but what I don't like about him is that he's merchandising a lot of stuff, And
Well,
that's
he
why
used to work. Listen, he used to work for the municipal water department there where he lived, and he was beginning to make a name for himself on YouTube. And he actually, because I guess he kind of disagreed with some of the practices at the water plant. It was a high paying job. He gave it up, and he does this now. He's got like 3 channels, and one of them that was terminated like 2 years ago, he just got it back.
Yeah, he had like a 560,000 people following him, high impact flicks, but he was banned. So he moved then to Odyssey mainly, and he was speaking about this all the time. And because I was banned so many times, I was like, fuck it, I'll go there, try, and I stayed.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, let's listen to this.
If we continue to allow the government, which includes the military and police, to use emergencies and tragedies and crises to strip away more of our rights under the guise of safety and security, then they'll have the resources it takes to exploit and create more situations where there are tragedies, emergencies, and crises so they can strip away more of our rights. At least that's what history tells us. And if we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. A government that's big enough to give us the safety and security we want is also big enough to take everything we've got. Until we're left with nothing and we find ourselves living as destitute slaves on the very soil that our forefathers defended from tyranny. Ben Franklin rightly said that those who give up essential liberty for politically promised security deserve neither safety nor security. What I'm about to say about cops may wrongly lead some of you to conclude that I'm a leftist, but leftists are just as much statist believers in government as any rightists. Leftists bow down to puppet authoritarians like Biden and Obama, just as rightists bow down to puppet authoritarians like Trump, Bush, and Reagan. These are all globalist puppets who explode the national debt, devalue our currency, fund the military-industrial complex, enrich corporate elitists and defense contractors, drop bombs, launch missiles, and wreak murderous havoc across the world. But they do it all in the name and with the consent of the voters who've been beguiled into believing that voting for the lesser of two evils is somehow virtuous. Obama's administration and Biden and Clinton's administrations were working for the money masters, just as Reagan, the Bushes, and Trump have done and are doing. And that brings us to the current administration's desire to create an even larger security and surveillance state through policies and executive orders like Trump's strengthening and unleashing America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. It's
And let's not forget also that the Pete Hegseth, now proclaimed Secretary of War, is calling in all from around the world, all of his head officers, generals, admirals, and shit, for a face-to-face meeting. I'm sorry, what?
You said around the world. No, across the earth. I know we
Well,
using this,
you can go around. Listen, you can go around the world.
Exactly.
Right?
Around
You
the
can
plane.
go around the
We're
world.
navigated all day long, dude. Yeah.
So
yeah, I know what you mean.
The sun goes around the world, doesn't
I'm
it?
trying not to use it at all.
Right. Well, I don't care if they get it or not. You know, that's their problem. But he's having them come in for a face-to-face meeting at the Department of War with him, which formerly known as the Department of Defense or the Pentagon, and for a face-to-face meeting. So this would have to be pretty serious because these people got to come from, you know, United States Army Europe, 7th Corps, 3rd Corps, the head commander in Korea. All these fucking people got to fly into DC and go meet with this bird. So what's really going on? And I think this is part of it. Or can it be just some kind of a loyalty oath like Hitler had the troops take? I don't know.
It's all just another show, Saab.
It is,
just
but
a
I'm
show,
curious.
man.
Still, even though I'm watching a movie, I like to second guess.
Yeah,
and figure out what's going to happen.
Well,
next.
so I was actually I wanted to do like you've done this before with me, Saab, but I don't think we've done it in a while. I wanted to share something about how they obliterate the truth as you walk through time, as everyone walks through time and observes their daily thing. I think this is really fun because I think there's enough smart people on here that will get it. The whole obliteration of truth. Can you see the thing I shared?
Hang on.
And I'll just kind of try to do.
Hang on, I gotta move mine from this.
This is it's very Orwellian, this thing, but to understand.
We're gonna finish watching this movie. This ain't gonna.
Yeah. This will only take a second. So like, all right. So like, this is where we live. About an hour behind yourself, hour in front of yourself, right? We generally don't know what we did.
You're muted or something.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Or is that me?
I'm not muted. Can you hear me, Saul?
Not muted. I hear him.
Okay.
Voice, yeah,
So like this is how the trick is played. This is how fucking the Charlie Kirk thing happened. This is how every single fucking psyop that's ever happens. Be about 2 days before, and most of us don't know what we did 2 days before. We maybe remember something. We went to the lake or we did something. Present, it's about like a day, to call it 24 hours, 48 hours. This is where we live. And we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Here's how they obliterate truth. They tell the truth yesterday, and we're like, holy shit, they just told the truth right about here. Then they create a new event to make you pay attention right here in real time. You forget about what happened yesterday, and then you're focused on this. In the meantime, now they're working on tomorrow, which is basically the Orwellian aspect of like, if you control the present, you control the past, control the future. They obliterate the truth right here in this little place. And that's what they did with Charlie Kirk. They told a bunch of fucking stories, they planted a bunch of red herrings. They put a bunch of stuff in there to get everyone to chase everybody of these little things. But what really happened was the dude didn't die. He's an actor. And they fucking ran off, and there's no crime scenes. There's no crime. Right. But they obliterated the truth in the middle. That's how they do it. That's how they fucking do it. They obliterate the truth by understanding that you don't know much more past like a day before or the day after that you live.
This is why they spent 12 years making everybody a non-thinking entity.
Indeed.
And they don't have any critical thinking. They've never been taught how to think.
Indeed.
They only have been taught how to absorb what they've been told. They don't know how to process it.
Right. And to add to that, they can justify that they told the truth as well.
Yeah, it's wild how easy it is to obliterate the truth, because honestly, I don't know what I did 2 days ago. I mean, I might have like cleaned the bathroom, or I might have like gone out and bought some groceries or something. But you can obliterate the truth within 48 hours, and that's the time present in the middle. You can obliterate the truth to most people because they don't understand what the fuck is going on. Now, if you have good memory, like a lot of us in this community have a lot of great memory, and we can remember shit like years before, right? But we're talking like people, they don't know what the fuck happened yesterday. They don't.
Yeah.
And you can obliterate truth right in the middle of that.
It's funny how the rigmarole stuff that you do on a daily, you don't ever look back and say, boy, that time I was washing the sink. It doesn't store it. You know what I mean? You only think about the stuff that had a lot of meaning to you, that you remember, things that happened, accidents.
That's so
things you did,
fucking-
vacations.
yes.
But you
Yes.
you don't remember you don't remember those nice socks you bought 4 years ago. You know what I mean?
You don't remember shit
Right.
about that.
Yeah.
You've got a walking timeline in that they control the present. And how to control the present is literally telling the truth the day before and then present day, fucking it all up and obliterating it. And then everyone's like, I don't fucking know what happened yesterday.
You are correct.
I mean, it's
Larry,
that kind
and,
of fucking bullshit. That's the kind of fucking psyop that we're dealing with here.
there
And
is
if
another
everybody
thing.
could figure this fucking shit out and tell them to fuck off, we wouldn't have to deal with this shit anymore.
We were talking a while ago with Sov about this, about how that one thing comes up and then something else and then something else and then something else. It
It's
seems like
overloading. It's impossible to remember everything because we don't have this kind of capacity. So our brain, to protect itself, it's getting rid of previous information unless there's a trigger which brings memory.
Yeah, and brings it
So
back.
It's impossible to remember everything from every second of your life. Impossible. So
Yeah, right.
that's
Our
why
memory
when we
banks
follow
aren't
you
big
with
enough.
those events, you are getting distracted by new things.
Yeah, so it shuffles
try-
it forward. You're removing something by putting some bullshit in there, so that think of a memory bank. If you could store amount of data in a memory bank, it gets to the point where you can't remember anything. It can't store anything else. It can't remember anything else. So what does it do? It takes the oldest thing that you had and pushes it off, and it fills it in with this garbage that you could feed it in. And so think about it as a memory bank. Something's leaving to make more space to put something newer that you're adding.
Exactly. And like, this is where we're living right now. We're living right in this little spot here. And then these bastards come in here and make a bunch of bullshit to fuck up this little fucking present. But
Unless
being in
you
the
have-
present is what we should be. The present's all we got. That's Marcus
That's
Aurelius.
right. That's
The
right.
present is all we got. They're fucking up this little place that we live in.
Unless
And
you
they're
have
fucking it
Well,
up.
you're
limitless
letting them.
skill.
People are letting them fuck it up.
Guys, we
You're
have
playing
to
a game of here, Charlie Brown, kick the football again.
Yeah.
Here, Charlie Brown, kick the football again. That's
we
what they're
have to
running on.
invent limitless pill, so we have access to all of our memories.
Yeah.
And gentlemen, who's the number one culprit here with the programming? That would be the media is the one that keeps adding to your digital program.
Yeah. Well, it's
Think of the
ADD media.
Think of the media as a great keyboard on which the government can play. That's a quote by Joseph Goebbels, okay, the propaganda minister for the Third Reich. Just real quick, this is when I met Brian Young in Richmond.
Yeah, I was wondering who that was till right now. I
Oh,
know
nice.
it is.
You guys look like you're about to climb on a roof and put shingles up.
This is a pre-Civil War Virginia state flag, Commonwealth flag, and the symbolism on it is quite different than what we have today.
Yeah,
it really is. It shows Veritas with the spear at the ready and a sword in her hand, with a full metal breastplate and helmet, standing on a tyrant who's been slain, and it's our motto is "Thus be to all tyrants" in Latin.
Yeah.
What is it? Sic semper tyrannis. And so after the Civil War, our state seal now has her standing on a fallen tyrant, but with a breast bared and a cloth chest and a liberty cap. Sword is cradled in her arm, and the spear is point down. It's a symbol of submission.
In liberty, the word liberty is not a freedom thing. That's something that's granted to you.
Right.
And
What happened?
yeah.
Where's Cubby keep going?
And the really important thing to like understand, and I think like honestly, This is the best last 2 weeks I've ever had because I did not engage in any of the Charlie Kirk stuff at all for the last 2 weeks. But like honestly, we got a really big gift, guys. I mean, we actually saw it for the first time that they actually fucking showed their cards, and they did a bunch of bullshit that was jumping the shark. They jumped the shark on multiple
guys. Really jumping the shark.
Yeah,
we're sinking Venezuelan fishing ships, boats.
Yeah,
right. We've got we're rattling the sabers with everybody around the world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Trump basically went to the UN, and his speech was basically, "Your country sucks. Mine's the greatest, and I'm wonderful and should get a Nobel Prize." That's basically what he fucking said.
Well,
what
so
I did like was when Netanyahu went to the UN the other day.
Oh, everybody walked out.
Everybody walked out.
Everybody was like, "See ya."
Yep.
What else would you expect Trump to do, though? To be honest.
But we've always known it's been theater the whole time, but now it's really theater, and now we're totally like, fuck you. What are you guys talking about? This is bullshit. I mean, now it's to the point where like even like the middle level, call them NPCs or whatever, they're like, that's weird. Why'd that happen?
I got a real Matrix woman that lives down the road from me here on the street. Dear nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of these evangelical Christians that she's towing the fucking Zionist bullshit. Man, all the time she's got shit out in her yard. I support Israel. And she had a little memorial set out in her yard for Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, he's a fucking podcaster that went around and debated people. What in the fuck? Are you shitting me? I said he had some good views, but he also was an uber Zionist pig.
Yeah, he's an actor.
Bullshit,
He's
man.
an actor. And like you can't tell these people that they're actors. There's Neil deGrasse Tyson had a new video that came out today where he was trying to convince people that you get curvature by like looking at a building from a long ways away. He is so tired. He is so tired of being the actor for NASA that it's showing in his face.
Yeah.
It literally is showing in his face. He doesn't want to do the act anymore. He doesn't want to do the defense of like anything. You can see it. And if you look at him, they're all actors. Every single one of them are actors.
We know, Lowry. Check this out. It's time for our regularly scheduled Craig moment. We have to show this often. We have to show this
law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Has gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
That's one of those moments, man. It is.
Yeah. That's what you're arguing with.
Real quick, you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I keep having audio troubles. It's like you put something on the screen and I can hear the other guys, but I can't hear you. It's something on my end. I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah. And I was ranting plenty, so I'm gonna back off, let you guys go. Love you guys. Keep it going, man.
Good to see you, Laura.
Yeah, take care.
Later, Laura.
Trump's way of saying he's from the government and he's here to help. And because the left versus right paradigm lie propaganda has been so effective, conservatives think that if you criticize oath-breaking, constitution trampling, and hating cops, well, then you're a leftist libtard. Now, recent tragic events, including shootings and high crime, have given the government yet another crisis that they'll take advantage of. And you can be sure that they won't let any crisis go to waste.
No.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before.
But the
Rahm Emanuel, where's he at today?
Never let a good crisis go to waste.
I mean, wasn't he mayor of Chicago for a little while? And then they brought in Beetlejuice after him?
Yeah.
Whenever I see this fucker on the screen, I always think he
she's
has
a beautiful woman, dude.
How it's called, henna or whatever, for his eyelash, like a painting for women.
Yeah, mascara.
Makeup always looks like that, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I bet he wears makeup. I bet he
That's
wears.
what it looks like, definitely eyes.
Looks like he's got eyeliner on too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the name I was looking for. Yeah, thanks.
Well, actors wear makeup. That's how it works. which is a form of witchcraft, actually. Reading on.
Charlie Kirk's PSYOP is unique in that it aims to get both Republicans and Democrats on the same page, calling for a beefed up, highly trained and funded and equipped military-style police response. And it's all wrapped up in the cover story of stopping crime, caging criminals, and clearing our streets for democracy.
And getting rid of the radical left. But you keep hearing about the radical left, the radical left, the radical left, Trantifa, these unhinged, violent leftists, you see? And that's what he keeps saying, that he's basically at war with.
Didn't they just make Antifa a terrorist organization?
Yeah. I want to ask you a question. You see that Jeep behind him? Is that an armor-plated, bulletproof, bomb-proof? You could drive through a city building with that thing, couldn't you?
Yeah,
that's what they want to stick out there.
That's a green screen.
It's a green screen.
Yeah,
Probably.
it is. It always is.
He's at some factory or something.
Now, you want to see what's going to end up being born out of this, and this is what I think, because before I even go any further into this, I think that this is the opening of the door toward a U.S. police force.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to supersede any of the, in fact, they'll get rid of the other police. It'll all be USA police. I don't know how many of you have ever actually watched John Carpenter's Escape from New York.
Yeah.
Yep.
But in that, it was a dystopic future, and there was a U.S. police force. That's exactly who was in charge of detaining Snake Plissken and all that. And they're always throwing this shit in at you in movies. Always throwing it at you in movies to where it ends up coming either close or spot on to what the fuck the thing is.
That's exactly the similar link which I have sent to the chat, 2073.
So nobody messes with the Duke.
Oh, I know. And to that saddening scene of seeing that blood trickle between Adrienne Barbeau's bodacious tatas.
She was in Swamp Thing too.
That was the only reason I would ever watch Maude. Was because Adrienne Barbeau was on it.
Maybe you weren't watching to go to see Maude?
No, she was. You notice how everybody? I think she was a
Handsome
dude.
woman.
Yeah, they would say she's a handsome woman. That's a way of saying that a bitch looks like a dude. You know.
I was going to say something. One government under God, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, something
all around the world. Yeah.
We're gonna try it. That's what the plan is. But I'm not going with it.
And who wouldn't be on board with that? This is just a small sample of J.D. Vance's recent plea to protect our police officers with federal immunity.
If our great police officers find a violent criminal and lock them up, we ought to keep them locked up instead of letting them back on our streets with a slap on the wrist. We want to give our police officers the very best equipment and the very best protection anywhere in the world. We want you guys to have the very best, and we're going to fight every single day to make sure that they have it. It means punishing state and local jurisdictions that restrict your ability to do police work. They just want to do their jobs. They ought to be allowed to do it.
The wording here is interesting since the Nazi leaders in the 1930s and 40s attempted to distance themselves from their own personal responsibility for committing horrific crimes with the statement, "We were just doing our jobs."
If you want to stop political violence, stop attacking our law enforcement as the Gestapo. If you want to stop political violence, stop telling your supporters that everybody who disagrees with you is a Nazi. If you want to stop political violence, look in the mirror. That's the way that we stop political violence in this country.
That's a good idea, J.D. Vance. Look in the fucking mirror. When you declare war on the other side, that's exactly what you're doing. You're falling right into it, and by design.
You take the mascara off first before you look in the mirror.
I mean,
yeah, he's got crazy eyes.
That's not his real name either. He was something else, and he ended up changing it to J.D. Vance. It's like
sounds like a porno name.
It does.
Jim Annis wrote A.D. Vance.
ADD Vance. No shit.
Starring J.D. Vance.
Seems to me that anatomy of a woman too, with those little close eyes and the soft chin, you know.
Well, that's why
He's
he's
a
got the
big
beard.
boy.
He's
And
got
the hand, you see, men do not use hand like that.
Uh-huh.
Women do.
He's a Cubby said he'll be right back. He's trying to figure out his issues. Yeah, he's a little cake boy. That's what he is.
It seems like all the men are no masculinity, you know.
No,
they're all bended
not
down.
really. Well, look at that disgusting display by Shit for Brains to fight the fat ass there the other night.
Yeah.
What the hell? That's like a 14-year-old girl who got jilted by a boy. You know, that kind of behavior. I'll fix you. Or a little girl mad at her parents and I'll call child services on you, you know?
It is girly.
It is. That's why I say boycott those fucking idiots. Just don't even engage with them. They even, no matter. They come into chat and want to say something, they're all going to say, "Oh, you're afraid to engage with me."
Bingo, Roger.
No, we're not afraid to engage with you at all. We just choose not to
because you suck.
Fucking assholes. You're sick, demented, fucking weirdos, man. And you should be under like supervision. That's
a gated
all.
girlfriend with a grudge, man. That's what it's.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Wesley Curry. What's happening, Wesley Curry?
Hi, I saw you on my live feed on YouTube and thought you might give me 1 or 2 minutes to put my my half a mind in on it.
All right, why don't you go ahead and do that? Let me bring you up here.
Trump is not on this day one of the 10 horns of Satan. He is not the Antichrist.
No.
Trump shall become one of the 10 horns of Satan. The 10 horns give over their country's economy to Islam oil banks. This shall happen during the presidency of Trump. What shall happen first is this. A nuclear bomb will explode in Chicago in the Corn Cob Twin Towers, melt one of the buildings. All in that city will have to evacuate from the radiation. That same day, Russia shall destroy Washington, D.C. with nuclear hypersonic missiles. New York City, Atlanta, and Huntington, West Virginia. USA shall destroy Moscow that day with hypersonic nuclear missiles. That's the first day of hell.
You know that nukes aren't real, right?
Within a month of that, or several months of that, Trump shall become one of the 10 horns of Satan. He shall force the branding of your flesh with a barcode called the Omni barcode. Now, to entice you and tempt you to taking that barcode, he shall say that you get free money. The amount will be $32,523. None of it in cash. Not
why that
free money.
Why that specific number? Hold on. Why that specific amount?
Let's just say it's an educated guess.
Okay, I thought maybe there was something behind the number or something else like that.
Most Americans are going to take that branded barcode. It will be branded with handheld lasers on the right-hand wrist or forehead. It's a barcode.
Mm-hmm.
The barcode has 2 sets of bars in each of its formations. One number will be your personal ID number. When you go to Walmart and draw your mark over the scanner, your name will come up on the screen with an account to spend of $32,523. The other barcode number in every Omnibar is 666.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Trump is going to give over the kingdom of America to Satan. He gives over the economic sovereignty to the Islam oil bankers who will be monitoring your spending by Taliban computers.
Well, wouldn't it be easier? Because you're going to get people that are just going to say, screw all that. The more advanced thing that they're doing now is through biometrics.
There's
retinal
not going
scans.
to be,
I'm talking about retinal scans from 15, 20 feet away.
Washington, D.C. gets wiped off the face of the earth the first day of the rapture.
But what? By what?
There's not going to be a Supreme Court to judge and say, no, Trump, you can't do this. There's not going to be a Congress to vote.
Do you actually think nukes are real?
Yeah, and dismiss it.
I mean, do you think really that nukes are real?
Do you think marijuana is helping your mind?
It hasn't hurt it, no.
And dismissal.
Why would you ask such a stupid question in response to my question? I merely asked you, do you believe that nukes are real? Yes or no? That's all.
Oh, okay. I'll listen to your question. I'm gonna reserve an answer right away. I'm not gonna just spit out the first thing that comes to my mind about that.
Well,
I would rather consider the question a little bit before I answer it.
Okay, well, here's my take on it. I don't think nukes are real. Most of the people here tonight don't think that nukes are real. And here's one of the big glaring reasons why. People are living in Hiroshima. People are living in Nagasaki. People live near the test sites where they supposedly tested these nuclear bombs, which were actually boxes of TNT stacked. We have video of them doing this shit. If nukes were real, someone would have used one by now. Probably most likely Israel.
And there's never been long-term fallout as well.
No. So do they have big bombs? Yeah, they got pretty big bombs. The size of what you expect from a nuke? No, not even close. They do have strategic bombs. They do have laser-guided bombs. They do have that kind of thing. But this has all been a thing to keep everybody in a state of fear and panic. And it rose right up in the 80s along with the world stage of the Soviet Union falling. I mean, you remember the song about the 99 Luftballons and, all that shit. I was over in Europe during that time. I was stationed with the U.S. Army in Frankfurt. And there was constantly the fear of nuclear war going to take place at any given time. They even put out some movie that was on TV, a made-for-TV movie that had all kinds of big stars in it. It was called The Day After. And it was a scenario of the United States getting nuked by the Soviet Union, which doesn't exist anymore. People still think that those are Soviets. They're not. They're Russians. That government collapsed a long time ago. But it was really put the fear into people about the radiation and their teeth falling out and all this other shit and their hair falling out and starvation and people being miserable. And this is what the government does. They keep you in a state of fear. Watch out for the coup. Watch out for nukes. Watch out for Antifa. Watch out for these people. Watch out for this. You better be careful about this. A huge asteroid size of 33 sheep is going to hit the earth or come real close to it all the time. All the time. And it gives people the fear.
I'm not going to go on and on and on. I said what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, don't forget about cameras being immune to nuclear blast as well.
Yeah, the test videos that they
cameras
show
always survive nuclear blasts.
You ever see that one they show where the house disintegrates and the trees all sway and shit? That's all a model. How'd the camera survive that? They even got one from inside one of the houses, right? And the camera survived. X-rays film actually was able to come on, man. That's crazy shit there.
How'd the camera get there?
I ran him off real quick. Hey, RG, you got a little background noise too.
Yeah, you do.
Believe it.
I do.
Yeah, I'll just mute you for a minute there. Back to JD Vance. I don't really understand. I guess that was a prophecy that we just got.
Yeah, prophecy.
We should really give us a date, but it's got to be pretty soon because I think Trump's like, he's got one foot in the grave and the other one slipping on a banana peel, as far as I can see. So it's going to have to happen pretty soon. As far as that goes with all that Antichrist shit, you got to know that they're running by a script. They're trying to fulfill prophecy with a show.
Yeah.
Okay. This is no different than when you saw Charlton Heston being fucking Moses in the 10 Commandments. Okay?
Parting the sea.
Yes. Yes. They're doing that only in real time. They're trying to do the book of Revelations. I think the one that fits the most in my mind would be Jared Kushner for the mere fact that he's of the synagogue to begin with. And isn't he the one that brokered the Abraham Accords?
Yeah.
Yeah, a maker of peace and shit, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. He fits the bill pretty good. He also lives, what's his address? Is 666 in New York. The address of his building that he lives in. I mean,
Yeah, that building. It was something else too before it. It wasn't like the World Economic Forum or
Probably.
a Masonic temple or something.
it was probably something insidious, most likely. Yeah, that guy, I think he was like, whoa, I don't know what to think. These guys don't think nukes are real. What?
Who helped build the atom bomb to start with? Who was the kook who did that? It was his name Einstein by chance?
Well, he was involved with it, but it was actually what was it, Enrique Fermi? Isn't he the guy?
I don't know.
I heard of that one. He also thinks that America is going to get taken away like it was ours to begin with, you know.
Right.
It's an illusion of independence. We don't, they're all the same.
It was Oppenheimer.
Oh, there you go.
That's the one. That's the one. I knew it. I was trying to think. I said, no, that doesn't sound quite Jewish enough. Oppenheimer makes sense, though.
Oppenheimer.
You always look for a Witz or a Berg or a Stein or some shit like that on there.
He usually gone pretty fast.
There seem to be like every fucking where.
Till with us.
What are they, like 6% of the population, Janusz?
What 6%?
Aren't they like 6%?
I can look it up.
Jews, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, how are they so overly represented? What the fuck is going on? And here's what the trick that I think is so funny is they say that if you criticize the policies of Israel and the things that they're doing, then that makes you an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
No, makes you an anti-Semite because you believe that my reasoning is based on the ethnicity of those people. It's not. If I criticize China, does that make me a xenophobe or an anti-Sino?
No, they're just playing the victim card. It's always the victim card. You know?
The problem is they're not even freaking Semites because they are not from the 12, not one tribe, from 12 tribes of Israel. So majority of them, they are from the freaking Europe. So they have no DNA, genome connected to the land at all.
Mr. Milikowski, you fucker.
Exactly. Polish guy, unfortunately. Again, sorry for him. He's from Poland. I'm from Poland.
So,
yeah.
Israel is 44%. United States is 36%. And then everything under it is lower single digits. France 2.8, Palestine 2.8, Canada 2.5, United Kingdom 1.9.
There's about 300,000 Jews that came here after Columbus, right immediately.
Yeah, 5.7 million.
Honestly, we can't trust their numbers whatsoever.
No,
yeah.
Surprised it's not 6. I'm surprised it's not 6 million. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Good God.
If their mouths are moving, buddy. If their mouths are moving.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Brazil has
the thing is, I criticize these policies of Israel. Look, you want to live over there in that little sandbox, don't expect me to fucking support you. Okay? You go ahead, you want to be a country and you want to be almighty, you do it on your fucking own. Okay? I don't see any value in our alliance whatsoever. And if you want to pick fights with your friends, deal with the fucking consequences.
It's more than that.
Okay.
So it's not even about the benefits. It's about supporting devil's agenda because they are from the devil. The devil is their father. That's what it is, unfortunately.
But like I said, they're trying to play out this shit in
the victims
a
always
manner. It's a script.
We got to do it.
Yeah, but what if today's American law enforcement, some of whom are trained by the IDF, are actually acting as modern day Gestapo and Nazis? Will we be targeted by their police technology and caged for being dissenters against an evil regime?
Our police officers are heroes, that they are public servants, and that the first and most important step of keeping all of us safe is to keep our police officers safe because they are the thin blue line.
Now, this is utter rhetoric. This is bullshit right here because
100%.
Cops are not proactive. They can only be reactive. They're only proactive if they're rolling by and they happen to see somebody committing a crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
If your car is on fire.
Yeah. But I mean, you get, somebody breaks into your house and shoots you. They're probably not going to catch the guy right away.
Yep.
They'll be there long enough to contaminate the crime scene and eat a few donuts and never find who shot you.
Yeah,
And regardless of how good of cops they are, they work for tyrants.
Right.
So
Well,
you're guilty by association.
after 2001, and shortly around the time that the Patriot Act was enacted, a memo went out by DHS to all the different law enforcement agencies and departments that said to not focus on the people that are there to do good, but focus on the brutish type, the ones that aren't quite as smart and don't question things that they're told. And they actually did this. And we're seeing the results of it. Look how stupid these fucking cops are. I watched a video. It was on, I think it was on Bryant, or it might have been on John Bryant, the civil rights lawyer.
Yeah.
And this guy, he went down, he worked at the Coast Guard station, and he went down and he bought this vehicle that he'd been wanting. And it was a GMC pickup truck. And he's got it like only 10 days. And all of a sudden, he's getting ready to go somewhere to his physical therapy, and a cop car comes up and rams its bumper into his truck so he couldn't move, holds guns on him, tells him to get out of the truck. The truck has been reported stolen. He's like, what the fuck? You know, they don't even tell him that. He don't even know what he's under arrest for. They got him cuffed up and he's sitting there totally oblivious to what had gone on. And what it came to find out was that somebody at the dealership made a fuck up on the VIN number. Because he had all the text messages and the photograph that the dealer took of him driving off in his new truck and the plates on the back of the truck and everything, you know. And these cops, before doing any kind of fucking investigation whatsoever, just jam this guy into a fucking questioning in the interrogation room, take up his day for hours before they could get to the bottom of that. You know, and all he would have had to do is just look at the VIN number on his truck.
Yep.
Which is a repetitive statement. It's VIN. You don't say number because the N in VIN is vehicle identification number. Saying it the other way is saying vehicle identification number. That's why people, when they say PIN number, it's not a PIN number. It's a PIN.
Personal identification number.
Modern men lost a... Hey, dude, could you turn on your camera so I can see that you're an actual human? Oh, it is on. Okay. Gotcha.
RG, you're getting like feedback, I think.
Yeah, a lot of feedback, bro.
How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother? What's happening?
Just jumping in. You know, I'm loosely familiar with you, but I wanted to jump in to say hi. I know that you maybe had some issues with Jaron. I used to work for him, but now I'm no longer employed with him. But I wanted to see what you guys were.
I wasn't aware that he had people working for him.
Yeah, well, just me and I think one other person.
That's cute.
I know.
What'd you do? What was your job?
Just video editing. I know that make me but here's what I'm going to say. There's no associations that we have anymore. So we are, I mean, we're still civil, but.
Me either. He went off like a freak in Messenger.
Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, and I was like, you know, fuck you, you little guinea. I don't need to look at you. I don't even need to hear from you. Fuck off.
I understand. Yes, I feel you, but you know, you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders, so I wanted to say hi.
Well, thank you. It's appreciated. You've come in and enjoy the panel. We're discussing the fate of what type of dystopia that we're headed for with this scripted fucking play out of Revelations.
Yeah, it's definitely we're at the tail end. I would argue.
Well, I think they want us to think that we're at the tail end of it.
Sure.
That they're actually using Revelations as a script and trying to fulfill prophecy by, I don't know, nudging it along. I mean, I don't think that scripture says anything about, you know, genetically modify some fucking cows so that they're red heifers, you know, and all this other nonsense that they're talking about. But that's what they've got everybody believing, especially like these secular Christians who are so inebriated with this fucking Zionist bullshit because of their Schofield Bibles.
So they're not Christians.
No,
there is only one denomination, it's Christianity.
Yeah.
People saying that there's hundreds of thousands of denominations. No, there's only one denomination, which is Christianity. Whatever it is, definitely if it is Christian Zionism, they're not Christians because you cannot support synagogue of Satan.
I'll tell you what, God and church, and especially God and church, have nothing to do with one another at all. Okay.
Amen to that.
And
the building.
when you go to church, I'm going to tell you what, I can tell you within 5 minutes of listening to the preacher whether or not Jesus is there or not. You start spouting out that 501c3 bullshit, and I automatically know that Jesus ain't there. Automatically.
We were doing this with the rapture thing earlier today, and they're like, no real Christians out there predicting when the rapture was going to happen, dude. I can promise you.
No.
Anybody's in there either brainwashed or he got an agenda, you know.
Well, it's like, look, you got to go with the flow. You just got to go with the flow. There have been people that claim to know the future. Why? Because it's an alternative to being a recorder of the past. Neither place either exists. Neither one, the future or the past, exist. The only thing that exists is perpetual now, because the past is only in your recollection and the future is in your imagination. You only have now. We use what we call time, a concept of time based on movement, so that we can sort out the interactions that we have in this, 3D reality that we're in. And that's our way to do that. There isn't actually no future. There is no past. And this is where it comes down to where God is timeless. And so everything is now. Everything is now.
Yeah.
That's basically. So when they come in there with this bullshit about warp and space-time, with space, the emptiness between objects, time, construct of the mind, are you fucking kidding me? How do you warp nothingness? You don't. But people buy into it and they think it's real smart to quote E equals MC square or Einstein or some shit like that. It's just a bunch of wizardry gobbledygook that has no basis in reality.
Controlled pandemonium.
Yes.
It's the same as, nothingness created everything. That's the same rule, man. We came from nothing. Mainly, there was a rock. So after that, there was life. So mainly, we have common ancestor. Welcome, your ancestor, which is rock. We all come from the rock.
Yeah, we all come from the rock. That's it.
They're your cousins. Just ask Michelle Fowler. She'll tell you.
Well, I only like my pretty cousins. So that's why I like collect gemstones and shit.
Theory of relativity.
Yeah. I mean, it's some of the dumbest shit that you've ever heard in the world, and people just glom right onto it, unaware of the number of physicists back in the day when he introduced this nonsense that just completely fucking disagreed with it. They were like, "No, dude, you're way off the rails. That's not even fucking science. That's not physics. That's math. That ain't nothing more than that." But when you censor and censure the ones that disagree with the mainstream narrative, well, we see that with everything. If you're not towing the company line, they're going to put you to the back. Yep.
I saw a guy that claimed to be a mathematic physicist. That was his title. What is it? Yeah, they take the physicality out of it and just use the math is what they do.
So yeah, I think this Palantir thing is going to be implemented real quick.
What is it?
Palantir.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Palantir, but is there a new thing?
Oh, they're going to use the same type of software that they've been using over in Israel to track.
Yeah, Unit 8200.
Yeah, what they call that program? It was like
Gideon?
Daddy Home or something like that.
And the Gideon.
Yeah, Gideon. That's it. Which is
you-
interesting because in the movie, what the fuck with Tom Cruise with the
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Yeah, the guy that was in the wheelchair that was in charge of the prison, his name was Gideon.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're familiar with the operation that they did in New Orleans? I think it was in 2016.
What did they do there? Were you talking about with the hurricane?
No, it was where they were testing out pre-crime like arrests, so arresting people based off the statistics of the likelihood that they would commit the crime. And they didn't release this information until I think 4 years later that, hey, yeah, we did this. So that's fascinating if they're calling it Gideon, and there's another connection to that Minority Report.
Wow. See,
crime.
this rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper, but I've been saying it. Quit playing with the fucking robots. Just delete Chat GPT. Quit training these motherfuckers. we're about this far from I'll be back. I'm serious, man. I'm serious. I'm so adamant about it. I won't even use self-checkout.
Asav, is the end of that rabbit hole Satan's little season or not?
I don't know, man. See, there again, that's one I see people, they want to argue back and forth about it. There's a lot of compelling evidence, as far as I'm concerned, that we may indeed be in that season. But then again, maybe we're not. We don't fucking know, right? And we're going by a heavily redacted book. We're going by a really heavily redacted book. The actual Bible, you go to the Ethiopian Bible, I think there's like 160 books in that thing.
Yeah. I definitely think they added that 1,000 years regardless. With that
absolutely.
You know?
We know they did. We know they did.
Yeah.
Because there's missing 1,000 years. Yeah.
Right.
So you've got a lot of, and so the way I look at it though, is I'm not going to, I think it's an interesting subject, very interesting subject. And the more I delve into some of the, what I used to call back in the day, forbidden archaeology, these anomalous things that we find that don't fit the timeline. And I got to give a shout out to my lunch break. He really breaks it down. He gets in there, baby. And that's got me, you know, that makes you think, where in the hell did all this shit come from? Where, you know that they weren't carving shit with deer antlers and rocks, man. How you doing, El Perro?
I'm well, brother. Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you too. But as I was saying, man, I'm like, okay, so there was something that's evident. And then what I look at that kind of really starts getting me to think is all these fucking necropolises, right? They're underneath of all these old big cities and shit. There's like thousands and thousands of people buried down there. Where the hell did they come from? And why do they all look like they died at the same period of time? Why are their bones all preserved? You have to go through a process to preserve bones. People don't do that when they bury people. So these were boiled. So what happened? Were these the previous people? Right? And then you start looking at that shit where these statues with their heads cut off, toes missing so that they'll only have 5 now, or their hands and feet are broke off so you can't see what this previous civilization was.
Noses as well,
I do believe that there was a previous civilization here. So it very well could be.
So real quick, when you were talking about the digital ID, I did a quick search, and England is now going to be pulling a mandatory digital ID. And if you don't have the ID, well, you're not working.
I've already told them to fuck off.
Very good.
Did you go grab a flag on the street?
You have to look into definition of the word mandatory. Mandatory exactly means that both parties have to agree. It's by consent. So mandatory does not mean what you think it means.
Yeah, I know, but they'll just punish you and say, "Oh, you can't work because you didn't agree," and that's what they'll try to do because that's already what they're pushing. The thing that's funny is I started to read into the story a little bit on why they were doing it, and they said it was to control migration, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I'm not a migrant. Brian's not a migrant. Why does he have to do it? Then do it for the people who are the migrants coming in, or the people that are there on a guest, program or whatever.
Part of the agenda. They push
exactly
migration.
Exactly. So now they're like, if you don't,
the solution.
Now they're like, if you don't do it, we're going to punish you. It's just the most ridiculous thing. And so, if you remember the one that I put up a while ago about Israel, talking about taking everyone's DNA and linking it to their the same thing, to their ID and their medical records, all in the same. So you can see the path that we're going down.
See what Brian's got down there?
Yeah. There's a big thing going on with England right now. There's a big what is it, Brian? Is it like a mandate or something going around that they're trying to reverse?
What they're hoping for is for everyone to be as compliant as they was with the old masking and all that shit.
Yeah.
But people have got wise to the government since then. So hopefully it'll get overturned. But history can tell you if the government want to do something, they'll just do it anyway.
Yeah, Starmer's a
scumbag. And it's all the little bastards who will roll over and accept it, who will ruin it for the fucking hardcore here.
Yeah. Starmer's a scumbag.
You have to educate your friends in England because you have to tell them that protest does not help. because during protests you petition the government, you ask them for permission. So what your countrymen have to do, they have to go to government and tell them, you fucking don't implement this shit or we remove you by force. That's it.
Exactly. Exactly. But unfortunately, mate, I'm surrounded by pussies.
Well, we got to realize that we have the power. Okay, we have the power. They might think they have the might, but here in the United States, that's not entirely true.
Yeah.
So you got to forget, how many people have you enlisted, trained, and then they're now out over the ages that are still out here, right? Versus how many you have enlisted now. And you got to realize how many guns there are here in this country. It's not even funny.
And how many people were pushed during the hocus pocus in the arm, and they were pissed and they had to be removed. So those people remember this shit. Oh, they do remember.
Yep.
We're the board members.
100%, man. Anyway, here's some more.
Thank you
of
for
this
letting me
horse
jump
shit.
in there for a minute. I just wanted to say that.
Here's some more of this horse shit. This guy. Wow.
Civilization and chaos. Thank you all.
This thin blue line imagery is a dividing line. But the thin blue line flag, along with its Punisher culture and symbolism, isn't the line between civilization and chaos. It's the line between freedom and a tyrannical police state, which brings the chaos.
That thin blue line bullshit, and that especially that Punisher shit that they like to wear, I don't see how that's any different from having a fucking death's head on your uniform.
Sounds like a Gestapo to me.
It does.
Yeah.
100%.
It just happens too much. Our police officers being assaulted, our police officers being attacked. You have these crazy attacks where you have a cop in a squad car who's enjoying their lunch break, and somebody comes up and summarily executes them before the cop even had a chance.
Gee, wonder why somebody would do something like that. Do you think maybe there might be people around, and I'm not condoning this, I'm just saying, do you think there might be some people around that are just sick and fucking tired of your tyrannical bullshit, your financial terrorism upon the people? This is, of course, going to wrong houses and fucking shooting people with a search warrant for fucking drugs. What in the hell do you have to go in there like gangbusters doing that fucking shit and throwing everybody on the floor over drugs? Seems to me that the person that's selling the drugs or buying the drugs, they're engaged in a mutual fucking agreement.
Of course. But government has to control.
That's bullshit, man. Whoops. Why did that happen? I don't know.
It happens way too much, and it happens because too many of our political leaders have encouraged it.
You actually don't hear of that many attacks on police nearly as often as you hear of daily attacks by police on people who aren't really committing crimes. Police officials deprive Americans of their rights under the color of law every single minute of every single day. Under the color of corporate traffic laws, drug laws, immigration laws. The more the laws, the less the freedom in that country. And the more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws. And the United States has a federal registry filled with tens of thousands of laws.
There was a big bill that was going around, and it was basically that we were going to try to eliminate qualified immunity from police officers. One of the most disgraceful and worst ideas that I've ever seen. In other words, that we were going to make it easy for criminals to sue police officers for doing their job.
No, you were trying to make them immune from fucking up. That's why they get sued. That's why they get sued. We're trying to make this out like there's some kind of battle on cops. And no, you're starting to get some pushback from your bullshit. That's
the
what's
problem
happening.
is, even if they're being sued and they lose the case, they never fucking pay from their own pocket. Always city pays for this shit.
I guess New Mexico has removed qualified immunity. And I think the attitudes of the police there have changed quite a bit.
Of course, it will. It has to.
So they know they can fuck up and somebody else is going to flip the dime for it.
Good.
Now, does
Rules
anybody
for thee,
think,
not for
when you
me.
see the fake news media and the way they attack our police officers, does anybody think that we need to make it harder for our police to do their job?
There's no doubt about it. Vance is an intelligent, articulate guy. So I think he's intentionally simplifying and obscuring the reality of just how qualified immunity is being used by police departments today. While it may have initially started off attempting to protect cops from frivolous lawsuits while making mistakes on their patrol, qualified immunity now engages in laying cover for clearly corrupt cops who seem to be going out of their way to violate our constitutional rights. And JD knows this, but he still wants to empower and fund today's law enforcement.
We've got a crew of violent radicals in the United States of America who think we ought to make it harder for police to keep us safe than easier for police to keep us safe. I'd like every single
police do not keep you safe. Let me ask everybody in the chat. Has anyone ever been driving down the road and the cop car pulls behind you and you go, "Oh, good, there's a police car behind me. I feel really safe"? Or do you go, "Oh, fuck, there's a cop behind me. I hope he doesn't dick with me"?
Well,
Right?
you know the answer,
Right?
Saab.
The latter.
Well, how about a cop pulls up in your driveway? Does anybody ever go, "Oh, good, the cops are here. I'm extra safe now"?
The
No, they're like,
quote
"Oh, what the
Chevy
fuck
Chase.
is going on? I hope they're not here to fuck with me."
Can I quote Chevy Chase out of Fletch? Thank God you called the cops.
Yeah, right?
No. Never came out of my mouth ever.
I remember that.
Oh my God.
There is never ever bad situation which cannot go even worse when police comes.
Oh yeah, 90% of the time.
Flat Bob says not one fucking time. Not one fucking time, he says. Nobody ever says that. "Oh, good, there's a cop. I feel safe now." No, they don't. People's behavior will change around a cop. Like they'll go out of their way to not do anything wrong in their sight. You know, I mean, it's just crazy how people act. It's nuts.
Democrats starting today, and every Republican too, while we're at it, to say that we are going to defeat these efforts to strip immunity from our police officers. We're going to make it easier for them to do their job, not harder for them to do their job. Let's fight for it every single day.
We do have a crew of violent radicals and gang members in the United States of America who are making it more and more difficult to live in peace in this country. This gang has colors, logos, badges, uniforms, and guns. It's the Thin Blue Line gang that is radicalized against the Bill of Rights and against all Americans, under the color of protecting you from the drug cartels and fentanyl. You got to understand, because of his close relationship with Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance is a direct pipeline for expanding the U.S. surveillance state and national security apparatus under Trump. J.D. Vance's political and professional ascent is entirely owned to Peter Thiel, who has positioned him as a vehicle for unprecedented influence over policy on privacy, data, and military tech. This alliance should deeply concern every American who cares about freedom, privacy, and reining in the surveillance state. Peter Thiel, who's one of the PayPal mafia's most notable players, plays a major role in privatizing and amplifying government spying tools through Palantir, not to mention his predictive policing technology.
As these guys behind me know, and a few of our police officers know, police officers writ large face too many threats of violence all across the United States of America. And we know where it started. We all remember the summer of 2020 when all of these violent protesters were encouraged to treat police as the enemy instead of as the solution. You'd take 1,000 police officers, you'd find one person who didn't do something perfect and use that one guy to tarnish the other 999 police officers. How do we make people safe?
Bullshit. We find the corruption goes all, it comes down from the top. It comes down from the top. It's not just some lowly fuck up cop. You find out that the majority of them, it's due to their leadership.
Not only do they protect them, they then they then take them and hide them and say, don't worry about it. I'll just let you go. They let these guys retire. And then they just go to another county and just go get another job again.
Did
even
you
though
see
they
the
just
latest
did
one
something
by
right.
I think Random Patriot put out?
Ron Durbin's son got the cop was trying to say Ron Durbin's son, who's got to be 95 pounds,
Mm-hmm.
and said that he took a swing at him, even though there was 2 cameras pointed right at the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he literally said that. And I said, this guy's got to be fired. He doesn't need to. So
Yeah.
they booted him like 72 hours. He was gone. It's like, yeah, it was super obvious. There's cameras pointed at him. But if those cameras weren't there, it would have been his word and against Ron Durbin. And you know who would have ended up walking out of that? Not
The
Ron
cop.
Durbin. Right?
Yep, the cop. Listen,
And they would have protected him to the gills.
There was an 81-year-old man in
Oh.
Arkansas. Did you see that? The cop
the
pulled
old
him
guy.
over, and the guy was obviously, not all there and really old. And I think the old man actually thought the stop was over. Because he berated him, and he says, "You don't pull over when I tell you to. That's a problem." He says, "Well, I didn't want to be in the middle of the road." He says, "You pull over in the middle of the road if I pull you over. What are you, retarded?" And then wanted to arrest the guy for not being, because the guy actually, when the cop walked away, he didn't bother saying, "I'll be right back" or whatever like that. And I think the old man thought that the stop was over, so he started rolling again.
Yeah.
That cop jumped in his car and went after him and started just giving him fucking hell.
Yep.
And I'm like, anyway, that cop got fired for his behavior.
He went 1 county over and got another job.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. And God bless Random Patriot. He called over there and he says, "I don't know if you bothered looking into why he was fired, but maybe you oughta."
Yeah.
I
put a video in the back chat for you too about the 2 that were caught. They did a clean out. Like you're removing somebody from a home. I forget what they called that. Eviction.
Eviction, yeah.
Then if the eviction was done, they went upstairs and walked into the home and then fucking rifled through the whole place.
I've seen that before.
The other one,
they had it on camera.
I don't know if you remember it years and years ago, but it was a black gentleman, big guy, and I guess he was driving erratically, and somebody called in and said, this drunk guy is driving erratically. So the cops show up, they finally pull it back. He does pull, wait a minute, he didn't pull over. So of course they went into, he's not pulling over, we need to stop him mode. I think at one point he actually did stop at a light and they were yelling stuff at him. And you could tell just by looking at him, and I'm not a cop, but I'm a good reader of things. When I see people's faces or expressions, I can see if somebody's pissed or somebody's happy to see you or somebody, is, the light bulb ain't real bright.
Ding.
And you could tell by looking at him that something wasn't right. He never moved his head. He always kept his head looking straight, and he was sweating profusely. And so the light changes, the cars go to move, and he's not speeding away. Well, they found out that the guy was in some kind of diabetic thing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Insulin shock is what you're looking for.
So they pepper sprayed him, not knowing what was wrong with him. Well, first they tried to tase him, it didn't work. So they pepper sprayed him. Then he had a stroke.
Good God.
And so they open the door and there's a sticker on the door. You can see the sticker where it says, like the medical sticker that says like you're a diabetic.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't care to punching him in the face. I mean, these are the thing that gets me with what this guy is saying is, listen, I don't have a problem with them doing their job. I don't have a problem with giving them the shit to do their job, but they're fucking dumbasses. They're not smart people.
Mm-hmm.
They're not using their senses. They're not using the they just react, and there's no, and when you
can't be too smart, because there is a rule. If you are smart, if you have over certain points of IQ, you won't be hired, because it's
I know they want people just smart enough to do it and just follow orders, and that's what they want.
Just doing my job. Just doing my job.
Exactly.
I don't know. Here I am. I don't know why he hasn't come back on. He's probably not real proud of Trump right now. Is why.
I want that diversity police.
You remember that Geopolitical video I showed you the other day, D-Man? Like the ways to cure being a flat earther.
Oh yeah. Put it in the chat. I'll pull it up.
All right.
Well, put it in the private chat for Sav, and he'll play it. That's a good one.
Right.
But I mean,
we
I've
just-
seen that happen way too many times, Sav, where these guys are just reactionary.
Oh yeah, they
And
are.
they're not-
Well,
they're not.
that's the sign. That's the sign of a low intellect.
Yeah.
Okay, quick to react, slow to think.
Somebody's having a fucking stroke and you're punching them in the face. Great job,
Yeah,
genius. Yeah, I should give you full carte blanche to do this over and over and over.
Yeah,
it's like fuck
bunch
these
of
guys.
bullshit's what it is. Anyway, we only got like 3 minutes.
Did you see the black fella? He said that he's in purpose got in the police car because he hated them. He just destroyed their car. That was fucking good to watch.
For in their communities, how do we make it easier for a young family to walk down the street in security and comfort?
What makes Vance especially dangerous is that after meeting Thiel at a 2011 Yale Law School talk, J.D. Vance joined Thiel's venture capital firm, Mithra Capital, in 2017. Thiel later hired Vance as a partner at Narya Capital, which is another Thiel-backed fund. Peter Thiel donated $15 million to Vance's 2022 Ohio Senate campaign. That was the largest single donation in U.S. Senate history, enabling Vance to propel into office. Post-election, Peter Thiel and his allies funneled millions more into the Trump-Vance campaign via super PACs like America PAC. Vance's 180-degree shift from Trump critic to loyalist mirrors Thiel's strategic pivot toward Trump-aligned candidates, with Vance serving as Thiel's proxy in the Senate on issues like tech regulation and crypto. Whitney Webb remarked that Peter Thiel is the CIA-linked architect of key aspects of the technocratic surveillance state, and Vance as his protege who will embed these priorities in the executive branch. We are living in some dark and deceptive times, and these technocratically funded and backed political parasites are not here for our good. They are in the big club that you and I are not a part of, so they can serve their banking and corporate masters. Never forget that. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comments section below. If you want to support this channel, you can do it for free. Just like this video right now, share it with everybody.
It's a great channel. If anybody is interested in
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
put it in
He's
there.
reliable for information, Brian. He's reliable.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, half the time the stuff he comes up with, well, 99% of the time. I'm like, wow, get out of my head, bro.
Yeah, man, it resonates, doesn't it?
Do you remember the other one too, Sav, with the two old men in the little mini pickup truck, and the one guy was taking him to the hospital, so he was kind of moving along a bit because the guy couldn't breathe. You remember that one too? And the cop pulled him over and said, "I don't care if he can't breathe." It's like, oh my god. I mean, just wow.
I don't know.
I want his shirt though. I like that clowns to the left of me, jokers to the
Yeah,
right.
that's pretty cool.
It's funny.
Check out Roger's link. That's
It's
a
in
really
his-
good one.
That's what I'm doing. It's in his Teespring store. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's a good reminder. Just always remember, never go fool anybody. You know, these people are very good at what they do, and the bigger the number of subs you have or members, it's just seems more likely. You know, and we always got to keep that at the forefront.
That's the wrong one. That's
Oh,
that's
well,
Mr.
why did you
Jesuit.
send that?
It was on topic with the British government. The Prime
Oh
Minister.
yeah. What was the other one where it's how to
Yeah, it's,
it was
it's the bottom, the last one. It's
okay.
You'll see it. It's how to get out of being a flat earther.
Yeah, that's really good. I forgot about that. I forgot we had the link.
Yeah, so maybe you can play the video I posted.
That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Yeah, I hear you, Brian. I hear you, man. I've been
There's
reading a lot
more,
of stuff about
but the third is fucking the best.
There you go.
This is a good one.
Did you find that proof that debunks the globe, and did you become a flat earther? Everywhere you go, people are pointing at you and laughing at you. You get kicked out of NASA conventions on a regular basis. You lost your job, your lover, and your kids because everyone thinks you went insane. Are you tired to be a flat earther? It's time to fix your problems, and GeoShifter has a solution. Actually, I have many solutions. Solution 1. The fastest way. Alcohol will prove that we live on a globe. Buy as much as you can and start drinking. In no time, you will feel dizzy, and it will feel like if you're standing on a big spinning globe that is flying through space. Convince yourself that it's true by sticking post-it notes everywhere around your house. The society will accept you again in no time. You can make many new friends in AA meetings. Solution 2. The easy way. Publicly apologize to NASA through Facebook and send them a $5,000 donation. Most people will accept you again in society because you admit your mistakes and show your support for space exploration. Every time someone mentions Flat Earth, make sure you ridicule them or just ban them from your Facebook. Solution 3. Become a cop. Make sure you never mention Flat Earth during your job interview and training. Fake your IQ test so that you have a bad score. This guarantees that you will get the job. As soon as you have the job, start writing tickets like crazy and make sure that everyone hates you. After a while, if you talk about Flat Earth, no one will laugh at you anymore. You might be able to find a new lover and make new kids if you earn enough money. And finally, solution 4, which is the best solution. Renounce all reason and logic and start lying to yourself. Sign up for a new school education and get reprogrammed. Use lots of products with aspartame and fluoride. Make sure you drink nothing but tap water. Watch television at least 2 hours a day and be scared of ISIS and terrorists all the time. This will take a while, but slowly people will accept you into society again, and you will be able to find a new job and make new kids. And there you go! I gave you 4 different solutions to fix your problems. Now pick one and make sure you get accepted into society again. No one needs those crazy flat earthers. Follow my advice so that you can move on with your life. No need to thank me. And before I go, I need to let you know about this. If you go on eBay, you only have a few days left, so you have to do it quickly. If you go on eBay and you look for this article, you can find a meteorite from Russia that is 35.85 kilos. So it's a massive meteorite. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can buy this on eBay for only $70,000 or best offer. So maybe you can make an offer. You need to buy this, man. If you love space, you need to buy this meteorite and place it somewhere in your living room so that if you have visit, you can show your meteorite to people. You're going to be awesome if you buy this. So I really needed to let you know about this. So go to eBay and buy this stuff. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Geo did this like 5 years ago, man, 6 years ago. It was funny at the time. I thought the IQ test in the cop was relevant to the topic. You got to fake your IQ test when you sign up. They'll take you on.
Check out something here real quick. Second here. Right up. Whoa. That's where I was trying to be. There's some pretty crazy shit. We were talking about with this. We'll get into that cop video in just a minute. That it's crazy. This woman cop is just stealing shit left and right during an eviction.
Yep.
And it's like, what a fucking pig. And yeah, an obvious DEI hire. Let me see. I'll show you this real quick, and then I want to get back into some of this fucking totalitarian horse shit that we're dealing with.
That's why when JD Vance talks that shit, and the amount of videos that me and Saab see on the day, or Saab and I on a daily of this shit, and how I mean it's ridiculous. It doesn't carry any weight with us because we see this shit every day.
I watch these videos a lot. In fact, while I was suffering from that back pain, maybe that gave me that aneurysm in my aorta.
There you go.
That's crazy though, man. That's kind of it comes to my mind every so often, and I think about like a hose that's got a weak spot in it.
Yeah,
that's basically what it is, and I'm like,
bulges.
Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, that's fucked up. That's gross.
So what are you going to do? You're going to have them put a brand new piece of garden hose in there, a couple clamps?
No,
ain't doing that.
No, I'm not letting those fucking ghouls cut into my body.
You're not going to do chicken or voodoo.
So if you have a friend who has Tesla machine, try to use it. I've heard it's pretty good.
So
there's nice to know if it's real.
There's ways to lower your blood pressure without their pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's what I did too.
I'll do that, in the interim. It was lower today. I think I had it down to it was 188 over something. I forget what it was earlier. I'll take it again here in just a minute. We can all see what it is right now.
Meditation and breathing exercises work wonders.
Yep.
Yeah. Listen, I'll tell you that was wild, but I watched so many of these videos because I couldn't sleep. So I was just in the living room. I'd lay on the couch. I'd sit up. I'd stretch around. I'd stand up. And a lot of the time I'd be like totally bent over, like doing toe touches. And that would relieve it for a while. So I was just listening, and then when something would happen, I'd look up with my head and see what it was. And
yeah. Were you getting natural with food?
I was so fucking miserable. I swear to God.
Were you getting the sweats?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering.
Yeah. I was getting sweats. I was all kinds of crazy shit going on.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I got some of that ghost pipe shit from Lisa today. And I put some in my drink, in my orange juice. And just 3 drops. And I'm feeling better after drinking that than I have this whole fucking week. I swear to God, this is insane, man. That's
garlic,
right?
Garlic. The only thing that sucks about garlic is if you start sweating, you're going to start stinking like garlic.
Well, it'll keep vampires away too.
Yeah, I'm Italian. I can, I'm one of those WAP bastards. I can tell you from pure experience.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, I like garlic a lot of times. In fact, I got a sub in there from the Ciro's the other night. I still got half of it. I could throw that in the microwave if I wanted to. Get a little bit of munchies over here. I don't know what's happening. Here's back.
Have you been eating your cookies?
Yes, I have been eating.
All right.
Well,
that's probably the real problem. I thought maybe you backed off.
No shit. While I was down with this, I didn't even drink any coffee. I didn't drink any coffee. I didn't eat anything. I couldn't. I had no appetite. None whatsoever. And hell, I'm good now. I got an appetite now, man. I could eat. Hell, I haven't eaten like 3 or 4 days really until just earlier today when there at Lisa's house we had the chicken in the woods mushrooms. She cut them up and she fried them in an iron skillet with bread and shit. It was just like chicken fingers. It was great, man. So anyway, you watch this cop. She's a real piece of work.
They both are
served an eviction notice. They would clear the house of the residents, then do the following. Via the accidental activation of one of their body cams, the footage captures the constables stealing items from the house.
Hold on. Hold on, don't come down here.
No, you just bring it out.
Let me see.
If they're just evicting somebody, they're not allowed to be touching their shit like that. I mean, this is some bullshit here. If you want to just grab shit and take it outside or whatever, that's one thing. But they're like doing searches and looking for shit.
Yep.
This is a corroborated robbery. Coordinated. Not coordinated enough.
And they're all masked up too.
Yeah, this was during COVID.
put them in my shirt.
Look at that shit.
They gambled.
Straight up stealing those fucking watches and shit.
No, there is a good joke
Hold on.
related to the situation.
Oh, we got some cocaine.
Oh,
Yeah, everything here. So,
this can go in here. We set that box right. We set that
Guys,
on that dresser.
do you know what's the difference?
A box.
I will tell you later then.
That is Chief Deputy LaQuenda Banks appearing to put items belonging to the homeowners in her shirt.
Huh?
That was a box of rubbers.
22s
Oh,
right
no, there's a
there.
whole bunch in the other bag, too. We can roll this out.
We're the people that live there.
Then she takes more valuables into her possession.
You still in here? You found something else?
Like raccoons getting in the trash.
Yeah. Guys, do you know what's the difference between the Batman and the Black Man?
No, easy.
Where are you
Yeah, we
going?
can't have that on there because we don't want to get booted off.
No. It's just a joke.
It don't matter. They're
Yeah,
not.
it doesn't
they don't-
matter. It'll
they
be
don't
taken
have a
badly.
sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no racist stuff.
They don't have a sense of humor. Look at this.
Brazen enough to film it all.
Yep. Well, they don't know that they can't shut the camera off.
Well, yeah, I get that, but still.
They think you
Qualified
can.
immunity, baby.
Yeah, they think you can. So they think you're going to get away with it.
Oakley glasses.
Look at her stealing sunglasses. You stop at the club.
Like they got everything in a good spot. God, this ain't like the daughter's one.
Be funny if a glitter bomb went off.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I think
those in a long while.
Fart spray.
That would
Hope
be
is up.
fucking great.
It is amazing.
Look at this.
now, are they allowed to keep anything of value?
Who?
He's got stars on his uniform.
What's all this?
He's no little.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the beauty of DEI.
Yeah.
We used to just call it affirmative action.
Yeah,
I made a female deputy cry one time. She was booking me in. I was telling my boss about this the other day, and I told him I was getting tired because I had to show her how to book me in, right? And I just finally I had it, and I says, you know, you're just here to fill a quota, right? She says, what do you mean? I says, well, you're not very bright. You're a female and you're black. You're a tax write-off. Okay, that's basically what you are. You're just filling a quota. That's all you're here for. Because look at, I have to teach you how to do your job. What the hell? She started crying. I was like, oh boy.
Here. Oh. Ray-Bans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in here?
Gucci.
Hold on, put it right there. Hold on. Wait. Clean it out. Yeah. We done got hot. They can come in. Ooh, yeah. Just hot.
Comes down with shit bulging out of her pocket.
Yeah. Need to go rest. Need to sit down and rest a little bit.
Yeah, I need to go sit down and rest.
Yeah, go sit down and rest.
Definitely
Got a little
not having enough.
fat over there. Trying to find the pocket.
Hat tip to the YouTube channel Lackluster for bringing this to our attention. The three constables were photographed here via the Tyler Morning Telegraph. They are from left
What's
to
the
right.
common
Smith
denominator?
County Precinct 1 Constable Curtis Trailer Harris. We'll have more on him in a moment. Precinct 1 Chief Deputy LaQuenda Banks and Precinct 1 Sergeant Derek Holman. In May, the trio entered a plea of not guilty through a waiver of arraignment and did not appear in court. They were arrested months prior, but bonded out of jail soon after their arrests on bonds totaling $30,000. Theft by a public servant is a third-degree felony, which can result in 2 to 10 years in prison and a fine of no more than $10,000 if a person is found guilty, wrote the paper. As a Class A misdemeanor, a person could face a fine of no more than $4,000 and or up to 1 year in a county jail if found guilty of official oppression, according to the Texas Penal Code. The Texas Rangers would make all 3 arrests. Trailer Harris became constable January 1st following a contentious election last year. He succeeded Bobby Garman, who had served as appointed constable since December 2017. Trailer Harris, a Tyler native, has worked in the criminal justice field for a while, beginning with his time as a Texas Department of Criminal Justice Corrections officer, all being over a decade. He's also worked in county detention at different sheriff's offices, which makes one question what other practices he has put forth when the cameras were not rolling. Meanwhile,
he was just a jailer.
Yeah, he was a
They don't
corrections
know
officer.
anything about what you can and can't do and who you can, he's a jailer. His experience is tossing someone's cell. Okay.
Wow, she looks a little
Derek Holman.
dim. Don't look at her.
He
She
does.
looks a little.
She looks really stupid. He
little
don't look
dumpy.
much brighter. You can usually tell by the eyes.
Yeah.
You
Where
can-
the eyeballs sit in this socket.
Yeah.
If the eye is really low in the eye, or if the eye is really high and it's hid, that tells you a lot about where the eyeball is, where it sits.
I think both of them's just meat puppets, like these NPC things that are out here. They're non-thinking, just reacting.
Yeah, I went to Walmart tonight. I remember it quite well.
And you've been getting shock therapy ever since you came home.
You're looking at it all wrong, Roger. Just think, man. When we was kids, we had to pay money and wait for the circus to come to be able to see that kind of shit. Now you can go to Walmart. The only thing different now is that they made it. It used to be 24 hours. That was the time to go.
Oh yeah.
About 8
Oh,
o'clock in the morning, go to the Walmart.
Let me tell you,
watch motherfuckers.
They should have been charging a door fee.
Dude,
Took the
I'm
words right
serious.
out of my mouth.
I guess we had some kind of a little kerfluffle up here at the end of my street down there at the local store the other night. And it was all over on Facebook, the Stanley Facebook page and the, Page County Facebook page. And there's people with video of it and shit. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. And it's usually some bullshit about, and it's usually the girls. It's usually girls fighting. That's what's so wild. It's usually girls fighting over some deadbeat dude. That's what's so fucked up. It'll be some Jeter from up in the holler still lives with his mom, and they're fighting each other over him and shit.
Like how you use that word, Jeter.
Oh my God.
Holman, the man pictured on your screen, is set to go to trial this month. The resident of the home reported several items missing, including 4 watches, a partial box of .22 caliber ammunition, a box that could contain Apple AirPods, Oakley sunglasses, Ray-Ban sunglasses, makeup, and a safe containing antique coins, a quarter collection, military medals, a diploma, a birth certificate, and a social security card. More than $750 in cash was also reported missing, the affidavit stated. In June, Holman was arrested and released the same day on bonds, totaling $30K. He is charged with official oppression and property theft between $750 and $2,500. Last December, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement suspended all 3 of their peace officer licenses. Because of the suspension, Banks and Holman cannot work or have authority as peace officers. However, in an August 30th ruling, 12th Court of Appeals in Tyler, Texas, deemed Traylor Harris's $1 million bail amount to be unsupported by the evidence and therefore excessive. Previously, Traylor Harris's bond amounts were $500,000 and $10,000. However, after multiple violations of his bond were apparently caught on video, the $10,000 bond was increased to $500,000. The ruling, signed by Justice Greg Neely, stated the bond is excessive due to several factors, including a lack of flight risk, as well as Traylor Harris's ties to family and the community.
Wait a minute. Didn't they have to send the fucking Texas Rangers after him?
Yep.
Because they responded?
Chuck Norris.
How are you ever going to, now, and this is what gets me, man. How are you going to get another fucking bail if you've been brought in for absconding?
Yeah. Well, this is what we're talking about. Wow. They get treated with the kid gloves, and everybody else gets fucking thrown in the clink.
They got friends in low places.
Who was that? Amber Geyer, right? And she walked into the wrong fucking apartment thinking it was hers and shoots this guy dead.
Oh, yeah.
And the judge hugged her before having to sentence her to jail.
Oh, you poor thing.
That was sickening. I bet she's out already.
How's that even legal? Like, how they even do? Like, how can a judge do that?
Because they're all like,
because they're all up their ass. That's why.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, how can you hug? Like, that seems like a bias that they shouldn't be able to show.
Sure does.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Earlier,
He only got up so lightly because he wasn't wearing balaclavas.
Yeah.
In the 90s, weren't judges getting popped for doing like these youth camps where they would introduce some younger people to drugs, and they would have them arrested, and then they would put them in the system, man. They got popped doing that.
Little kids. They were doing it with underage kids too, and they were doing putting them in prison for money.
El Puro wanted to say back here before he had to run again. He said, "Damn it, got to run again. My apologies. My insight is that is an eviction, not a search and seizure.
Yeah.
Normal behavior of good cops. Usually the owner or a moving company packs and moves belongings. Cops do not get paid for that part. Be blessed."
Nope. Yep.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder if it's real or not. Are they just showing us this stuff for?
No, that's the real deal.
Think so?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Because it was all over the place, and it was, that's real body cam. The thing is those body cams, they can manually shut them off, but they're technically never off. The problem is that when you try to, let's say you were to contact them, that's a public record. A lot of these police departments, they won't give you the record if you don't want it, because they know that you're going to have to go through all of these other dicks and go through the court system and get lawyers and go through all this shit. They make it so that it's extremely difficult in certain scenarios that make these guys look bad. They'll just deny your request and say, go ahead. And if you say, I'll sue you, they're like, go ahead and do it.
I'll tell
that's
you,
what gets me.
This is what's funny is I remember this one time growing up, cop popped me and took my weed, right? And gave me a warning, told me I better not do that anymore and shit. And he says, you're lucky I don't arrest you. And he just took my weed, right? About a couple hours later, I run into a friend of mine and he says, hey, man, let's go smoke a joint. And I said, all right. So we went walking over to go smoke a joint. He pulls out this baggie to roll it. And I look and it's my weed that cop took. And I knew it was mine because of the baggie it was in, right? And I was like, where'd you get that? And he says, oh, man, dude, I know this cop. He sells weed. And I was like, that motherfucker. He probably even sold it to you, man.
Oh, man. I got a story like that, too. I was in Asheville, and we were standing on the corner. We just bought weed. And the two cops walk up, and they go, just put their hand out. Like, they just took off with our joint and just smoked it all down the street. And they didn't get all our weed, but,
God damn.
Yeah. I had a friend way in the city when I was probably 19, 20. And, my friend used to buy some, shady shit. I'm not going to say anything, but who do you think he used to buy it from? Yeah, a cop.
Yeah, cops. Well, where'd the crack come from in the first place? Fucking CIA. Another part of the Aren't they? They're part of the executive branch. There you go.
And by the way, just to mention it, I just looked that up. They did sentence that guy, Trailer Smith. He got 5 years probation.
Oh,
he was ordered to pay a $10,000 fine if he violates the terms of his probation at any point during the 5-year probation period. He'll go to jail for 2 years. They should have gave him, because of his position, they should have gave him the maximum 10 years right off the bat.
Damn straight.
100%.
I'll tell you another thing they ought to do. If somebody accuses somebody else of a crime and they didn't do, okay?
Yeah.
A cop, they lie or whatever else, they get caught lying, trying to set somebody up to be arrested or whatever.
Yep.
They should be charged and receive the maximum sentence that charge brings that they were trying to get against the guy.
Bingo.
That's exactly what they ought to get right there.
Yep.
No questions asked. You lied to try to frame somebody for this crime that they didn't do. All right.
Using color of law.
Yeah, using color of law. So here's what we do. We just take it now. So the maximum sentence for that is 50 years in prison and $100,000 fine. Here you go. Goodbye, officer.
Have fun.
It seems to me like
prison.
The war on drugs is just a turf war between the government and the civilians selling drugs on their turf.
People
they don't want you selling anything.
Right. It's just a turf war. That's the war on drugs.
Not without permission. You got to have a license. You got to have this number. You got to have this, that, and the other because Uncle Sam's got to get theirs fucked up. No, they don't. They don't have any right to any of my profits. They have no right to any of my wealth. They have no right to anything at all unless I freely give it.
We're cutting into big pharma's profits, man.
Well, all contracts must be voluntary to be valid. Yeah.
They trick you into consent. I think that's their whole gig, their whole gimmick. They want us to be compliant and trick us into consent.
Right, like mandate, which is by Black's Law Dictionary, basically just a very strongly worded fucking request.
Right, but
you don't have to accept it.
Right, but the sheep follow like a herd.
Yeah, they do.
They do it under threat, and they have these methods.
Perceived threat.
Yes, they have these methods because they know that it'll. Somebody told me years ago that the actual punishment isn't the problem; it's the process is the punishment. That's what the real punishment is they put you through the ringer, the old term. And it's all the shit. It's all the times you have to keep showing up. It's all the appointments and it's all the money and it's all the shit.
Yeah.
You're putting you into that system. He's making money. He's making money. The court guy's making money. The police are making money. The investigators. They're all making money.
It's all based on bonds and shit.
Yeah,
it is.
And once you're in it, it's real hard to get out.
Yeah. And they'll just have your number the second you walk out. They'll just every time they see you, the guy. My friend was like that. Everywhere he'd go, he'd get pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody saw him, they'd stop him. No reason he wasn't doing nothing wrong, but because they're on their radar, this is the shit that they do. So they're always trying to hem you up at that point if they know who you are.
Yeah. If they get you with a violation of probation or parole, then you're just, right. It's never ending. You're just right in there. Keep you in the system as long as possible.
Yeah. You're making money off of you. Well, then we
got like 30 seconds left in this video.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry.
Cool.
And his history of employment. Nor, it said, is Trailer Harris a risk to the community if he were to be released. Alas, his bond was lowered from $1 million to $40,000. He posted bail the same day. A motion that was filed says Trailer Harris is no longer incarcerated and able to fully perform the duties of the position for which he was duly elected, meaning he wants his job back. The trial is set to start this week.
And you say he got 5 years probation. What'd the broad get? The shoddy.
I got kicked out of the DARE program and I didn't get my t-shirt and I'm still salty about that.
Kicked out of the DARE program.
I sure did.
That's a really cool thing.
I disrespected the cop who was giving the presentation and I got kicked out.
Don't forget to narc out your parents for shit.
Could be kicked Smokey Bear in the crotch.
They don't sound like criminals. They got Laquanda and Trailer. They don't sound like criminals. Sounds like that Peel and is it Key and Peele? That sketch what he did with the inner city teacher.
Oh, you have to use toothpaste, and lick the boots. Then you'll be okay,
So if me and my friend got kicked out of the Scared Straight stuff,
Oh no!
You know when they have the fucking guy that comes.
You went to you had to go to Scared Straight.
No, they picked like the people that they thought were going to be a problem and put them through this like stupid program where they
You
bring
were
like,
and you were one of them.
yeah, I wasn't. Well, I was picked because I wasn't in trouble. I was never in trouble, but because I was a little resilient to their prying, they put us in this like kind of Scared Straight where it's like you haven't caused problems, but they think you're going to, so they're trying to do this to steer you in the right direction. And me and my friend got the guy that was doing the presentation all pissed off. Started coming over and talking to us in our face, and we were laughing right at him, like, "You're the one that got caught," and he freaked. They were like, "You and you get out."
Like that prison mic thing I showed you the other night.
Yeah.
That was fucking. I love that episode of The Office.
Yeah.
Because the one guy, he's got a record. He'd been in prison and shit, and he made a comment that he said prison was better than working.
Yeah. Like it wasn't a scared. It was like a Scared Straight, but it was more like we're trying to steer you in a different direction because they thought that we would be, trouble in the future. And I was like, no, we're just dipshits in school, But we like egged him on to the point where at one point he walked over to us and we started laughing. He said, "What are you laughing about?" I said, "You're the one that got caught," and everyone laughed. And they were like, "You and you." The guy come over and said, "You and you, get out." And I was like, good. Now we can go stand out in the hallway. We don't have to deal with this shit.
They didn't know what to do with that. They didn't know what to do with that. Hell, you the one that got caught, motherfucker. Yeah. That is funny. This guy brought up some really good points. I wanted to share this with everybody tonight.
Why is the United States getting involved with Israel and Iran? I'll tell you why. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Don't worry, this will only take a couple minutes. See, Trump, Netanyahu, John Hagee, Jared Kushner, and friends are manufacturing the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. They're staging it, like a live-action end times Broadway show. In 2018, Trump moves the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. That's not random. That's Zechariah 12:3. Jerusalem will become a burdensome stone for all nations. They're using scripture like a script. And here's where it gets wild. Evangelicals straight up call Trump God's chosen vessel. They compare him to King Cyrus, Isaiah 45. Cyrus is a pagan king anointed by God to fulfill prophecy and rebuild Jerusalem, and he allowed the Jews to build temple number 2. Trump was the 45th president. Coincidence? That's the kind of symbolism they eat up. They're casting him as the modern Cyrus, the one who prepares the way for the third temple. Meanwhile, John Hagee and the Christians United for Israel crowd losing their minds. They're clapping like seals every time Trump does something that nudges Israel closer to temple reconstruction. And you think it's about politics? Nah, it's ritual. It's myth in real time. Then there's the red heifers, real ones, bred in Texas, flown to Israel in 2022. Numbers 19, the Temple Institute wants them to purify the priesthood. That's the last step before they start building. And Jared Kushner, Trump's golden boy and Orthodox Jew, brokered the Abraham Accords. Sounds peaceful, right? Nope. It's setting the table for Daniel 9:27. He will confirm a covenant with many, aka Antichrist energy. And if you think this ends with temple stones and golden menorahs, think again. They're already pushing for the third temple. 2 Thessalonians 2:4. He'll sit in God's temple and proclaim himself to be God. Sound familiar yet? And while everybody's distracted watching this messianic soap opera, the real beast system is already installing itself behind the scenes. Revelation 13, the mark of the beast. It's not a tattoo, bro. It's digital ID, QR codes, biometric scans, central bank digital currencies. It's the system that says, take this mark or starve. That's Revelation 13:17. It's here right now, and most of y'all are cheering it on. They're not waiting on prophecy. They're building it. They're not serving God. They're playing God. Trump, Netanyahu, Hagee, Kushner, all of them. This isn't the end of days. It's the launch of a global empire. But hey, go ahead. Why is the United States?
Yep, on the money.
I say that's what I was saying earlier.
AO in chat said juvenile minority report. And then on the bottom, and there was another one. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. There was another one too. Oh, okay. Mr. Super Sidewinder said it's not scared straight, it's worried straight. And that's kind of what it was like. Like it was like we were kids. So I mean, we're only in like 6th to 7th grade. So it's not like we were, nobody was killing anybody or anything. But they brought this guy out who looked hot as hell. But I mean, they always do that. So they try to fucking, be like, you don't want to be where I am, that kind of shit. And we just laughed. He got all uptight, and you could tell they were like, the guy leaned in, he said, you get out quietly as the guy went over and started yelling at other people, and then we just got up and left.
Inconvenient
straight. Yeah, exactly.
Scared gay.
Scared gay. Well, we
That's what happened to Brenda. That's what it was. It scared gay.
Been gay. How
that's
long?
A whole other story.
So I'll tell you, it was funny in the ER yesterday. I was, that was all he was going to do. And I was like, well, let me get the fuck out of here, And so I started standing up, and this doctor's trying to talk to me about this fucking blood pressure medicine, giving me this prescription and shit. And I started peeling off the fucking tape, going to pull my own IV little hose out, right? Well, I already know that. They're going to make you bleed like a stuck pig everywhere, right? So she stops me real quick and gets that taken out. So that's how I got him to take the thing out of me so I could get the fuck out of there.
You just got to keep crap in your pants.
That'll work too.
That'll get you out real quick.
That'll get them moving.
Yeah, they never have done anything for me in the ER, man, except they'll give me a pill. That was it. I mean, they stitched me up once, and they didn't do a good job at that. I got stabbed in the lower abdomen, and it came undone.
Yeah,
eventually.
this is like 2-3 years ago. They had this girl. I had to get the they had to do the camera bullshit, and the girl could not hit my fucking vein in my arm. She couldn't hit it. She must have went 4 or 5 times, and at like the 4th time, I just took my hand and moved it away. And she would give me this look like, what? And I'm like, go ahead, one more time. And she missed it again. And I was like, no, get out. Get somebody else. I said, my hand's going to be like a freaking pincushion at this point. So the next day, my hand was all black and blue, the back of my hand, because she kept hitting, she's hitting spots that she's not supposed to be hit. So my hand, just back of my hand turned black from the 5 times. You have small veins. And I'm like, pick a friggin' smaller needle. Why are you putting that big monstrous thing in my hand? Like I'm not a weightlifter. I don't have, pinky finger sized vascular, it's like I'm a regular dude. I'm not a,
When I got there and they were doing my intake, man, I'm sitting there and they're doing my blood pressure and everything. And they're like, they were astonished. He said, do you have a family physician? I said, no. He says, when was your last doctor visit? And I said, I don't know, well over 20 years ago. And they looked astonished at me.
Mm-hmm.
They looked totally astonished. And I was, and I just took note of that. But then I says, it was a shame because it was a pretty girl. And she's asking me all these questions. She goes, well, how bad is the pain? And I told her 11. And I says, listen, for me to be here right now, will tell you, ask my wife, that I am in excruciating fucking pain. I says, you just don't understand. I have a high threshold of pain. And it's like, I'm not a wuss. I don't go crying to the doctor and shit because I got an ache or something here. I figure out how to fix it and I do it. And I told that woman, I says, listen, for me to be here in the first place should tell you how much pain I'm in, because I avoid you people like the plague. And she goes, well, that's not very nice. And I said, well, I don't mean you in particular. I just mean the institution itself. Okay. And she goes, I understand. But yeah, then the doctor, she says, I says, here's your prescription for your heart medicine or your blood pressure medicine, right? And I says, how long do I have to take it? And she goes, well, probably for the rest of your life. And I said, well, then it's not medicine, is it?
Yeah.
And she goes, well, I guess not. She goes, you're very smart, Mr. Kane. I was like, yeah.
Kind of sounds like a chain.
The last thing I ever did, right? And then for people who've had this problem, they'll know this pain. So I used to get kidney stones real bad, right?
Oh,
horrible.
Yeah, they're the
So when
worst
I
thing
originally
ever.
went in to get them scanned, they told me I had like a 9mm one, which is pretty
Oh.
good size, right? Well, the
Yeah.
day, so I went in and I was going to have a stent put in, right? They put that stent in, but the day I go in for the stent, they told me like, oh, in the original image, we didn't see there's actually two there. So I think it was like 2 9mm, so 18mm that broke apart.
Wow.
Anyway, I go through the procedure, get the stent put in. So anybody who's done this, you got a stent put in, and then there's a string that comes all the way out your pecker.
Yeah, they
It's
got to
just
pull it out.
awful. So they asked me like a couple days later, they're like, do you want to remove the stent yourself, or do you want us to remove it? I was like, you out of your freaking mind? You think I'm gonna pull this thing out myself? So they had to go up with a camera while they're doing that. So I watched them take this thing out, man. That was the last draw with me. I was like, this is horrific. And that was the reason my blood pressure was up, and they wanted to put me on blood pressure medicine and stuff. But I changed my diet and got rid of all that stuff. But
Yeah,
holy
man.
moly.
They can disintegrate those with ultrasound.
They can. They were talking about that being an option, but I don't know where it was. I don't know.
Acidic things Sov can do it also. Lemon juice, things that can dissolve it, can dissolve down to
not always, but yeah.
Stay away from Coca-Cola. That shit'll give you kidney stones.
Yeah, soda is a real bad one. Yeah.
But
diet is a big one. If you change your diet,
you know what's wild is a kidney stone actually looks like the same material that they actually mine out of the ground to make sodas, to make like carbonated drinks. I used to go down.
You saw TikTok videos of people cleaning up the tools and all that with Coca-Cola.
Yeah. The Coca-Cola company uses Coca-Cola to clean the engines for their trucks.
Yeah, you can clean your oil off your.
I'm getting background noise.
That's
Brian.
Yeah. Not anymore.
I passed one stone. It was extremely small, but that thing sliced me up. I had to go,
terrible.
and they had to put a camera. They had to go through and look through.
Putting a camera up your pee hole, man. That just.
I'll tell you what, buddy.
Yeah.
What they had to
and
do.
I watched the whole thing.
Yep.
Well, I had one about like 12 years ago, and I passed it straight up, and it gave me the solvent to take, and I still felt it go through. It ain't fun.
No, I'd rather break my fucking arm than fucking go through that again. It was
like trying to piss out a pumpkin seed.
Oh, it was horrific. I fell on the floor. I mean, literally to my knees. That's how bad it hurt.
I had some bad nights.
Yeah.
I did it while I was at work too. It happened to me. I was on the job site and I had to go into the bathroom, man, and I would just sit, and everything almost went black.
Yeah. Oh, it's ridiculously painful. It's
that's
beyond
that's
pain.
the only time I've ever almost passed out from a pain.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they did the camera. I wasn't awake for that because there was no way I would have started swinging.
No, you don't. You're not going to have. Listen, you're not sticking nothing up my dick, and I'm going to be awake, and you're going to be. No, I no.
And the thing that I was worried about is because I drank for so long, and I was thinking, they're already in there. Why don't I have them? Because normally if you get kidney stones, they go up and look at they look at your kidneys. So I was thinking, oh shit, here we go. This is going to be all the things I did in the past all coming back to haunt me. So I was nervous as hell because I drank for 20 something years. And I was like, oh, here we go. But she said, no, surprisingly, you don't have any stones at all, and your kidneys look good. And I was like, well, all right, good. So it kind of, in a way, I didn't want to go through it, but in a way, it made me feel better at the end because then I was like, poof, man, I dodged a big one,
I was awake through the whole thing and watched it, and they didn't even give me a cute girl or anything. It was like the girl in the show on the freaking beginning of the show, right?
Yeah.
And I walked in there, I was like, is it a little cold in here, or is this just me?
Holy crap. Rachel Revolution said that she spent 9 years and 50 grand on electrolysis. What are you, like a monkey or something? What is going on?
Ouch.
That's a lot.
Oh, before I forget, Saad, do you ever use a TENS machine? A TENS unit, I mean?
What is that?
Well, they got like pads and it's electrical, and you put it, like you can put it on your back.
Oh, yeah, I have one of those, man. It kind of like freaked me out.
Really?
Yeah, it made my body, it would twitch. I got
you can control.
I got this really cool thing my wife obtained from her mother after her mom died. And it looks like a little seat back cushion. but it's got these balls in it, and you turn it on. It plugs in, and you turn it on,
I know you're talking
and those things rotate around like they're on a swivel on a swivel, and they go around and they keep moving up and down your back, and you can put it like wherever you want to. And that thing is nice. That is really a nice thing.
Real quick, Rem made a comment because I said I was drinking for 20 years. He said, only 20?
Yeah, right?
Yes, Rem, only 20. That was long enough.
I'll tell you what, man. I alcohol and I even though I liked it so much, and I can't figure out why, but I liked it so much. I remember my first time I ever had a drink of alcohol. I got my ass tore up by my mother. And it was innocent enough, but my behavior changed after I tasted this drink. And I can remember it clearly. They were at you ever heard of the Eagles Club? You know, they're like all around the United States. They're kind of like,
oh yeah. It's like almost like one of those halls where you go.
Yeah. So my folks were members, and there was one just across the highway from us. And I remember we'd go there like on Friday nights or whatever for dinner. And see, they're thinking about that made me hungry too. That's good. My apostat's working.
See, good.
So I remember there was some other lady, and I can remember she had these really kind of like very garish eye makeup. Of course, this was in the late 60s too. But she had very garish eye makeup. I can remember that. Hair was really high. And they were sitting there at the table with my folks, and I'm sitting there. And everybody orders a drink. Well, my mom orders something called a grasshopper, and the other woman orders something called a pink squirrel.
Pink squirrel. My grandma used to drink those.
And I was like, what in the fuck? You know, I'm thinking to myself, man, what's these drinks named after animals? And of course, I'm an animal lover, you know, so I was like, that's kind of cool, man. They got drinks named after animals, you know. And so they came, and I remember seeing it, and I asked I says, which one? I said, that's the green grasshopper. That's the grasshopper. And she said, yeah, because it's green. And she says, you want a taste? And I said, sure. Well, she put that little cocktail straw. You can't really draw much up out of it, but I was only like 3. And I remember I put that up to my mouth, and boy, I loved it. And I just kept a sucking. My mom had to work to get that fucking straw out of my mouth, right? A little while later, I decided on my own to just leave the table and go over there to where the shuffleboard is at. Nobody knew where I was. And I'm over there sliding them fucking shuffleboard things across the table and shit down to the other end and running down and getting it. And I never acted up in public ever because I knew I'd get my ass tore up. But that time, I guess the alcohol made me so I didn't care. But I remember that was my first taste, and I loved it. And, you know, I struggled with that for so many years. And the thing is, people don't really go at it from the true standpoint of what it is. It's the infection of spirits.
Yep.
It's esoteric. Yes, it's chemical, but the chemical induces an esoteric reaction.
Yeah.
It's alchemic. Hello.
It definitely drops your inhibition. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. You do things that you normally wouldn't. It steers you away from your good conscience.
I can say this much, Sob. Some of the best times I've ever had were induced.
Oh, yeah.
That.
Sure. Sure. That's how it keeps you stringing along.
Yeah.
But you're always chasing that good time.
Exactly. You're chasing the dragon, as they say.
That good time. And then while you're doing it, you think, well, maybe I ain't drank quite enough.
Yeah, drink a little more.
Consciously, so you drink more.
And then next thing you know, you're drinking a gallon and you still ain't there.
First thing to go is your judgment.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. And it's like, so I think that full-fledged possession takes place during what's known as the blackout. And I've had blackouts where you don't remember a fucking thing you did. And somebody might come up to you the next day and go, man, what the fuck was with you last night? And you're like, what?
Yeah.
And you know,
never a bit of it. No.
Or you wake up and you look around to make sure where you're at. You know, not quite sure where you're at, right? That kind of thing.
Chet, your mic's off.
Brian, your mic's not messed up.
Oh, it's Brian.
It's Brian again.
Okay.
Brian. I don't know what he's doing. He must have one of those hangy microphones.
I've had problems tonight too.
Well, I'm coming up on 18 years. 18. I haven't been drunk in 18 years.
Wow.
I haven't completely quit drinking. I still have a cold beer a couple times a year on my birthday. You know, there's a couple of times where I drink one beer, but it's been 18 years since I've been drunk. And it's 18 years, you know, and that's an achievement for me, I'll tell you. Because
congratulations, man.
It's hard to do. I can tell you now, especially when you're Irish.
Yeah, I'd imagine. In an Irish community, you know, it's like, you know,
it's in your blood.
Listen, tell you a hitter, sonny boy. Domestic violence and alcohol's our traditions here. You know,
I you know, whenever I think of that, whenever I think of that, there's a video clip from Family Guy. It's really funny if you think about it.
I know the one you're talking about.
They're on the plane and they're going to Ireland. And he's talking about, oh no, that's all a myth, and the plane goes to land, and the runway's all bottles.
Yeah,
I love that clip. It's true though. Once I get some in me, my Irish goes up real quick.
So this is a pretty good little video. NASA, we love you. This is pretty good. I think you'll like it.
We named it NASA because never a straight answer was too obvious.
You think we see Earth from space? Bro, the windows are green screens. The view is Adobe After Effects. You think satellites are 22,000 miles above you? We launch them with weather balloons, bro, and hope for the best.
You believed in gravity, but not your own senses. That's not science. That's obedience.
We lost the technology to go back to the moon, but somehow kept the CGI department.
We told you Earth curves, but every construction crew on Earth uses spirit levels. And y'all still clapped.
We launch rockets sideways, and you still think they're going to space. That's how easy you are. We show you wires, bubbles, and CGI, and you still fight to protect the lie. That's loyalty we didn't even ask for.
We named it NASA because
I wish they would give you an option to not have it repeat. But Mark Zuckerberg's a cunt, so. Oh,
Blame it on Marky.
What is it?
Blame it on Marky.
I pulled that video up for you, Sav, too. It's the last one.
Okay.
You see that with Fittest Flat Earther, I think it was. He did. Mark Zuckerberg is actually Saki. Ken Saki.
Oh God. You know,
yeah.
I can see that now.
It's pretty wild, but whoa. I don't know if it's true or not, but it sure looks pretty convincing.
Coming from Jay Leno.
Well, I think that King Charles is actually Oprah Winfrey.
There you go. I'm totally,
I think there's a lot of that where we're watching, multiple actors played by the same people.
Yeah, I think they are.
Maxine Waters as Jimi Hendrix was the best one ever.
Yeah, it was.
Best one ever.
That's funny.
He was saying Joe Rogan was Aleister Crowley last week, dude. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, some of them are reaching hardcore, I think.
Yeah.
But some of them are like, whoa.
Fittest Flat Earther's got a lot of those.
Yeah, he does.
Some of them are really quite a reach. Other ones, some credibility. But I think he trying to mix that in, the totally incredible with the possibly credible, so that it's kind of along those lines of entertainment purposes only. Use your own discernment, I would say. Some of it's very compelling, but we do know we're in a fucking stage. Yeah. This shit is just a show. And, here we are being the trained reactionary beings that we've been programmed to be. And I'm using that term collectively. That's what they've done with all people. They've made them reactive. So they feed them shit and they react to it.
Yep.
Instead of being actionary. Taking a look at who's feeding me this dumb shit all the time.
Right.
Where's this coming from, man? That's the fucking dude that we got to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Not the people they're trying to draw your attention to. And I'm sorry. I'm sick of this bullshit somebody saying because you criticize a country's activities makes you an anti-Semite. No. No more than if I criticize what China does or if I criticize what Russia does that make me anti-Russo-ite? Right? Does that make me anti-Sino-ite?
It doesn't, but people have been programmed this way, so they think then go with the agenda. So
They do. They do. They just go with whatever.
They want to stoke that fire of division.
Yep.
And everything,
Yeah.
too, not just this, everything.
That's
You
how
got
David operates. He always
think about things. Yeah.
his level is always on deception. That's how it goes, and people can't see it.
I think that's one of the greatest things that becoming a flat earther that you gain is just that ability to think for yourself and be able to have that discernment, and not trust anybody. Just know that it's a solo journey, and you're going to meet a lot of great people on the way that are like-minded, but ultimately don't put all your eggs in anybody's basket.
Yeah, should always have that mindset in everything.
Mhm.
Everything. I'm the type of person, I see something happen or something happens or something's reported to happen. I try to look at everything I can if I have an interest in it to say, okay, how could it happen? How did it happen? Let me look for videos. Let me look at angles. Let me look at somebody else. That's how I do everything. I mean, my work environment had to be that way. When I would go into work, I would have to look at I'd have to make sure everyone was safe. I'd make sure we'd have to keep make sure the contract's okay. I'd have to check everything. I'd have to go into the site and look for because I'm responsible for it. There's somebody above me that's relying on me to do shit. So I'd have to look for things that they never even thought about before they decided to do this work or do this job or to make sure that no one gets hurt. There's no problems, no one dies. I mean, you're responsible for a lot of stuff. So you had to have that kind of mind to think about things that could happen, even though they might not. You had to keep it in the back of your mind to realize, okay, this shit might happen. Let me figure out every scenario here. So that way no one gets hurt. There's no liability.
And guess what? If you don't do a good job at it, you're fired, buddy.
Yeah, no, they would have
this
fired
thing
me
called
in a
credibility that we've lost over time somehow. How do people subscribe to the mainstream narrative? When their credibility is it's beyond repairable.
They are incredible.
Yeah, they are.
Well, I think this is really
Truly
wild.
lost.
This is how I like how Tucker put this in this little clip. Now, is Tucker part of the world stage? Absolutely, 100%. He's one of the actors in the show.
He wears one of those Kabbalah bracelets. I've seen
this is wise what he says in this.
Bibi's running around. This is a fact. I'm not guessing about this because I talked to people he said it to. Is running around the Middle East, his region, and his own country, and telling people point blank, just stating it. I control the United States. I control Donald Trump. He's saying that, and I dare them to say that's not true. Bibi, not the nation of Israel, not Israelis, and certainly not Jews, whatever that means. The leader, the secular prime minister of a country, is doing immense harm to Donald Trump's presidency, to the United States, and to the world. This is an unbalanced person whose only real concern is for himself. He's meddling in an extensive way in American politics. He's loathed by the entire world. He needs the United States. And yet at the same time, he has this patronizing attitude toward Donald Trump, demeaning Trump to people Trump knows, separating from Bibi immediately, I think, is an essential next move. But objectively, that is absolutely necessary and very soon, because he is hurting his own country, our country, and the world, period. Bibi's run.
Yep,
Yeah.
100%.
It's not like he's Talmudic. He's treating Trump like a goy, is what he's basically.
Yeah.
He's his puppet. So.
Yeah.
He said in his own book that he was a Kabbalist. Tucker Carlson's a Kabbalist. He wears that little red bracelet.
Yeah, all Talmud, whole Talmud is based on the Babylonian Kabbalah. That's it. So if any Jew tells you that he follows Talmud, so fuck him.
So check this out. This is funny. This kid was created in Langley. It's like they took Charlie Kirk, made him gay, removed any sense of intellectual curiosity or sincerity, and preloaded him with 100 times more psychotically pro-Israel talking points. No one is buying this. And this is supposedly the kid that's taken over for Charlie Kirk.
Across college campuses all over the country. What we're seeing going on right now across college campuses all over the country, specifically Yale and Columbia, they're getting shut down and overrun by these anti-Jew protesters, these pro-Gaza protesters, these terrorist sympathizers. That's what they are. Let's call it out for what it is. It's disgusting. It's vile. It's inhumane. Listen, the Democrat Party is being radio silent on this. Why? Because these are their own supporters. And in the case of Ilhan Omar, her actual daughter out there standing in the picket line and protesting us. It's disgusting. And they should be calling it out. It's pretty easy to come on and say, hey, we're pro-Israel, we're a pro-Jewish people, we're pro-America. It's that simple. But instead, the Democrats are supporting this anti-Israel message being spouted by their supporters out there in Columbia and Yale. And they're supporting this Death to America chant by letting this continue on. They've got to put a stop to this. On the other hand, Republicans are pro-Israel, we're pro-America, and we're pro-protecting Jewish citizens not only in Israel, but across the world, even here in America. That is our stance. It couldn't be more clear, and their stance couldn't be more disgusting. They've got to act fast, and they need to speak out now.
Yeah, they always do it with the pretty boys. They'll put a pretty boy out there, and all the girls will.
What we're seeing going on right
now, and all the simps will. That's just what these people gravitate to. You notice that they're just putting some young thing right in there in the same spot. They're not putting anybody who's a little bit older, who's been around. I understand what they're trying to say, but I could see how they're modeling this person to be the next one that they pull up. If he doesn't work, I'm sure they got 3 or 4 other different models of them that they could pull out: a taller one, a fatter one, a skinnier one, a long hair one. It's like a boy band.
Did you see Brad and Tasha's comment there, Seth?
Oh, hold on.
So you have to play the latest video posted.
No, he had some video, I think, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it.
Eric is in on it, on the evidence piles up that proves Charlie Kirk's assassination.
She was handpicked by Trump to be Charlie's girl. That's what
if you haven't noticed, what do they keep all saying? It's like Charlie would have wanted it this way. It's like, how do you know that, right? I mean, you're on the premise that he's dead, for one, and two, it's like, how do you get to speak for him now?
Because they wrote the script.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I like how they got the bulletproof glass for her on that last.
And they don't ever stand in front of it.
They didn't use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then Trump stood out in the open.
Yeah.
Trump did the same exact thing. He was at the Ryder Cup this weekend, and then he walks right out in front of the whole freaking crowd, and then he goes into the little bulletproof. It's like, oh, okay. I mean,
he's showing he's not afraid to take a bullet for you.
No, it's not even that. He's too stupid to realize. He thinks that we're too stupid to realize nobody's paying attention to that.
It's a prop. It's used as a prop.
Well, I get it, but it's like that's so.
The one thing about the Pope that his little golf cart was surrounded by 2-inch bulletproof glass.
Yeah, and like 50 people, all over it, like the Pope mobile. That's what it is.
Brad and Tosh, I'll show that in just a minute. I'm going to real quick. This is kind of important that I wanted to kind of go over too. So this is Israel buys TikTok. Netanyahu immediately meets with content creators in the U.S. He commissions them to fight against their fellow Americans in order to secure support for the state of Israel. Let's hear what he says.
Christian influencers. Okay. He said, he talked about the woke right. And he said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Yeah.
I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it's
BB, it's too late.
And the other one, what's the other one? That's most important. X. Exactly. Very good. And, you know, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy.
Wow.
They have really beefed up the fucking pro-Israel shit on X.
Yep.
It's like
They
they've
see
been
today shit already, so it's too late.
And Sov, let me ask you, who do you think the first people are that they'll steer into trying to convince all of the other younger people who will be, you know, the douchebaggy kids like we saw in that other one, who's, you know, or the flippy hair kids, or the gay kids, or the trendy kids. They'll start to make it so that showing support for their insanity is some trendy fucking thing, and people will stop making shorts showing their support. And it's so fucking pathetic in every way. You can see
You're
how
gonna have to drape yourself in Israeli flag
yeah.
challenge. And
They just say the word and it's viral.
Yeah,
they
you know,
control
matzo
it.
ball
It's
challenge.
not organic.
how many matzo balls can you fit up your butt? You got to make it weird, or the kids won't do it.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Gefilte fish challenge.
Oh God, that's something.
You named the two worst things out of Israel that ever came.
Mackerel and onions. Eat lots of them. Show your support.
I miss the good old days of the Tide Pods.
Yeah. It was so, Cubby, it was so simple back then.
I know, right?
Bath salts and Tide
If I
Pods.
wasn't my own engineer on this show, I would fire me.
Horrible.
I would. You're out of here. You can't never have nothing ready.
So, what did Brad and Tasha throw at you?
This is it right here.
Bada bing, bada
It'll be about Erica Kirk, which I find to be a fascinating character and actress in all of it.
So that's offensive.
That's all right.
I'll get over it.
She's probably Charlie Kirk.
Why is there no sound?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The engineers.
I've had this problem all night, but it's my end.
There we go.
To run circles around major news outlets.
Many people don't know. YouTube says it has had enough of vaccine misinformation on its site.
And false stories from phony sites to run circles around major news outlets.
Many people don't know the difference between something real and something created to deceive them.
Open your eyes.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
Okay, uprising. There's multiple
This
terms.
is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Say it ain't so, Erica. Well, of course it's so. If you've noticed, a lot of people are starting to wake up to what Charlie Kirk's assassination actually represented. The response that we're seeing from conservative MAGA people is, well, it's off the charts. It borderlines on lunacy. And we're seeing, obviously, very bizarre.
Wait a minute. So you don't think that's actually Erica? You don't think that's Erica?
Who knows?
That's
They probably got
Caroline.
3 or
That's
4 of
Caroline
them.
Levitt.
It's Caroline Levitt?
Yeah.
Bizarre
Don't they
behavior
look
from
a lot
Eric.
alike?
Ooh, yeah, that was another one that Flat Earther did. It was her and the chick you just said, huh? It was Levitt.
Caroline, they look a
Yeah,
lot alike.
they did too when you put them side by side.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Kirk, which again
I
is
start my own
helping
channel.
people wake up to the fact that the news is manufactured. They're seeing how over the top all of the theatrics were with Erica Kirk, including the memorial service where Erica Kirk came out and gave a speech and forgave the shooter. The acting was off the charts brutal. There were pyrotechnics going off. Nobody showed any real actual emotion. Politicians were up there talking about Charlie as if he was backstage, which he likely probably was. But there's more stuff that's out there with Erica Kirk and with this entire slap that I want to share in this video. And I want to thank a lot of the people on the website who have shared a lot of this information in the forum. And that, again, is one of the great things about the website, is that everybody can share this stuff with one another. I don't need to make videos on every single thing that is seen, but I'll put a bunch of stuff in here that has been shared with me over the past week or so. So Erica Kirk is back, by the way, doing the Charlie Kirk show, smiling ear to ear as if Charlie's in the other room. Well, Charlie isn't in the other room. He's obviously in a location more secretive than any person who's ever been put in witness protection has ever actually been put in. But the signs are around us where we can all look at this and say, wow, this is a really bad production. And it's not that the CIA doesn't know what they're doing. They are master manipulators, masters of mind control. They have a sense of humor, I believe. They make these things so poorly produced and then watch people fall for it, and they crack up and can't believe people are falling for it. Then they listen to people like us, and they just laugh as well because they're like, well, these people see it. Oh, they notice this. Oh, they notice that. Right? And we have more things that we could share, obviously, in this video, and I will right now. So I did touch base a little bit with Erica Kirk being on the television series Summer House. And I wanted to note, you could also see her, the bottom red bracelet, wearing the Kabbalah bracelet. She had worn the Kabbalah bracelet many times and talked about her spiritual journey, of course, through the Kabbalah, like all of the agents out there are all versed in Kabbalah, which is another term for Jewish mysticism, which is another term for black magic. And what you're seeing right now is spell casting being done. Now, this was pointed out to me, a music video from 13 years ago by a band called Emerson Drive.
Yeah, I had this.
That features Erica Kirk before she had her fake facade of a marriage to Charlie, where every single photograph on their Instagram account has their kids' heads turned. Nobody was able to get pictures of the kids' actual faces and post them anywhere. It's just constant photos of the kids with their heads turned, but they'll tell you that's because they were protecting their kids. Well, if they're bringing their kids out on the stage at the Republican National Convention and all these places that they brought them out, wouldn't somebody else be able to get a photo of their kids' faces and post it? It's incredible that all we have are these pictures of them with their heads turned, but they want to share their lives on social media with everybody. Interesting, right? So this song is called She's My Kind of Crazy. You clearly see, even doing a little all-seeing eye symbolism here, that it's Erica Kirk in the video. And I want to show you some of the coincidences in this video.
The tattoos on her finger.
That's what I was just looking at. What is that?
Huh. What's it called? Emerson? I'm going to go look it up.
She's definitely eye candy, though, in this particular post.
Does she really have those tattoos, though?
Good question.
I can't see him drawing them on for this. Maybe she had them on for some Kabbalah bullshit.
I mean, they can put fake tattoos on anyway, but they do that crap all the time.
Be a lot of extra effort for not much. I mean,
they put the tattoos on because I just looked at pictures and she doesn't have those on her hand.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so it's got to be they put there for a reason. I just can't figure out what the symbolism of it
maybe
is.
It's part of her Kabbalah ritual or some shit.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Of course, aren't coincidences. This is how they operate. These things are planned out years and years in advance of how they're going to carry out these operations, and they're filled with little Easter eggs. So in the video, Erica Kirk is she's zip lining in Las Vegas. And notice strategically that they show this shot of her with the time above her head being 9:10. Well, that's interesting, being that 9:10 is the day that her future husband, Charlie Kirk, was assassinated.
Come on, y'all.
This is how they work. They show you all of these things right in front of our faces, even putting her and the 9:10 in front of Fremont. What does Fremont stand for? Fremont is interpreted as meaning freedom. What shirt was Charlie Kirk wearing when he was supposedly assassinated? A shirt that said freedom on it. And I'm sure it's a coincidence as well that the video length is 3 minutes and 22 seconds because you have your Skull and Bones 322, which was all over this entire government operation, as they always are. I mentioned the Brussels bombing, the London Bridge bomb, the Parliament bombing, events that have occurred on March 22nd because Skull and Bones. So the video is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. And of course, we know that Charlie Kirk's time of assassination was 12:23, which you get your 322 backwards. Other things that are out there that people should pay attention to is the Israel Heritage Foundation, who posted this after Charlie Kirk's death. Chief Rabbi David Yosef of Israel sent a condolence letter to Charlie Kirk's family, praising him as a true friend of the Jewish people and condemning his murder as vile and cruel. And he offered to comfort the Kirk's family, concluded with a blessing. May God grant you and your family the strength to overcome this great tragedy and to continue his legacy for future generations. But you might want to notice why I'm showing you this is the date at the top of the page says September 2nd, 2015. And this is verified and posted from the Israel Heritage Foundation. This isn't somebody who took this and then edited the actual document, which would be easy to do in today's world with the tech that we have, where they could white it out and change it and put September 2nd. This is posted right from the Israel Heritage Foundation's actual page. They shared this document that I'm showing you where it says September 2nd. So I guess he knew ahead of time, right? But he must be a prophet. He must have found out ahead of time and forgot to warn Charlie Kirk. So there's just that floating around. There's also this, which of course, this is how strategic they are. Of course, Elon Musk and Donald Trump are back together, right? These little things that they do is like high school. Oh, they broke up. They had a divorce. Oh, he said that he was on Epstein. Oh, now they're friends again. MAGA's just thrilled, right? Like little children, little high school girls gossiping about who's friends and who. This is great. They're all back together. But notice that Elon Musk is sitting next to him, and he posted this for Charlie. Look at both of their hands. He took this screenshot. This, it's not even a clear picture of them together, but they were shown on screen together many times. He chose to screenshot this and post it for Charlie. That's how obvious this stuff actually is. And look at their hands, right? Just like Charlie Kirk doing the triangle of power for Charlie, because this is just how they operate through signs and symbols. It's coding that this event is obviously staged and fake. It is a massive psychological operation. Other stuff that has been shared with me, CIA recruitment from Utah Valley University, openly saying that a targeted pipeline in the heartland, the Central Intelligence Agency, actively recruits students nationwide through a mix of campus events, online applications, and targeted outreach to universities with strong programs in intelligence, national security, and STEM fields. Utah Valley University, UVU, a public institution in Orem, Utah, fits squarely into this ecosystem due to its specialized Center for National Security Studies, which draws heavily from CIA alumni and expertise. So, in other words, obviously, we know the pipelines are Freemasonry, the DeMolay, the Job's Daughters, the Rainbow Girls. They have a pretty deep pipeline. But then we have our CIA recruitment pipeline right at the university. So when you're wondering who these people are, who are speaking afterwards, telling you where they saw the gunman, that's how it works, right? These are people who want to get into the CIA, these young kids who are easily manipulated. Well, this is the task you perform, right? We'll get you in there. You do this, you do that. They groom them, they train them, and then they have operatives who are at these actual events. I wouldn't be surprised if everybody in attendance was an operative, to be honest with you. Other things pointed out to me were, if you get a close look at Erica Kirk's hand. Now, it's pretty hard to see in some of the pictures, but you can kind of see that she's branded on her hand. And if you've heard, she's openly admitted to being a Jesuit. Well, that marking on her hand, as shared on the website, Jesuit-trained Erica Kirk recently released a video of her grieving with Charlie's corpse. Many researchers have noticed the Masonic G, which I covered, present on her rings, which certainly is significant. However, no one is talking about the Omega symbol, which appears to be branded or marked by some other means on her hand. That is the symbol for Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, S.J., the evolutionist, New Ager, transhumanist, and Jesuit priest, chose for his concept of the Omega Point. Chardin's Omega Point describes a future event in which mankind will progress toward an alleged higher state of being and consciousness, resulting in the unification of singularity between mankind and the universe. So, I mean, there's things all over the place. You can see that she has a branding on her, and they do brand. That is part of their rituals. They have brandings on them, not just tattoos.
All right, real quick, y'all, do you think that's a real thing, like a branding, or do you think it's just a blemish on her?
I don't know. It's really hard to
It
say.
looks similar.
Well, I mean,
likely they cover it up too, though, as well.
that
might
could be.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that could be anybody's hand. Like, how do we even know whose hand it is?
I gotta say, Erica Kirk definitely has like man hands.
Yeah, she's got veiny ass hands like a potty girl.
Yeah,
She's been around.
jerking a lot. Never mind.
And I'm not discrediting this. I'm just saying, like, how do we know whose hand it really is?
I guess this is from the funeral.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. They don't look as orange as the other ones we saw her kissing. What happened to the orange plastic hands?
Her hand's not his, right?
Yeah, that's supposedly her hand.
Well, she's grabbing his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got you.
That's his sleeve right there.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say it looks awfully not orange.
Now I see. Sorry.
You got a point there, yeah.
It's still look at the texture in her hand and look at the texture behind it on that friggin' dildo made hand.
Dildo made hand.
Her hand don't even look real either. Her thumb just looks off to me. It looks.
Well, that's why I say,
swole.
did you ever see that episode of Seinfeld where he thought that woman had man hands?
Yeah.
I was thinking that one with her.
It does. It looks like that. You know what I'm talking about? It's like that rubbish shit that they make. It's not. It's like silicone or that like TPE shit where it's like a mix of silicone and something else. It's like it's doughy. It's almost like you could touch it and it takes a second for it to kind of bounce back. Like weird plastic.
I never wanted to be the guy that was, everything's fake, but I can't help it anymore. I can't.
It looks like the you remember Rasusa Annie?
No.
The CPR dummy that they would use.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Hands look like Rasusa Annie's hands.
It's made out of some weird shit. If you look it up, it's called TPE. It's like a mix of plastic and silicone put together.
Yeah. It's like a crash test dummy or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said dildo. That's why I said that because it's that like rubber texture stuff that they make everything out of now, like those those things you put over your fingers, the like things for sewing, that kind of crap.
Fleshlight. I'm just
kidding. All that crap is all made out of the same shit. It's that silicone TPE stuff.
Just to give you a heads up, Cubby. Heron said she might visit you sometime soon.
What do you mean?
She has actually sent me a diagram of how to get to Chicago. I guess she thinks you're in Chicago.
Oh, shit. Well, you better rethink that plan out.
Cubby just making friends as he goes
welcome,
along.
You're welcome to come, but you better rethink the plan on where to come to.
Yeah, it's way off.
Cubby's made at least 3 best friends in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, I know him for a while.
Jesus,
he's a draw. That's why we have him.
Oh, that's it. I'm out of here.
Everybody quits. Everybody drops out.
Was this Kirk girl part
numbers
of
are probably
Yeah, numbers start going down.
I'm the problem. Seeing eyes and things like that we see in Hollywood and the music industry, but actual branding like this. Now, from those events, I know a lot of people out there, I'm not sure if you all saw the video that I did about the television series on Hulu called Tempest, where I decided to do a breakdown of that video, being that it came out, or that movie, I should say, series, on September the 10th, the same day of the assassination. Had a lot of similarities to the assassination charade that we saw of Charlie Kirk. Many out there have asked me to cover Snake Eyes. There's so many videos out there about Snake Eyes that there isn't much to cover. There's a lot of good information in it. There's some information out there that's a little jaded, but I didn't feel the need to do an actual video on it. Things like the billboard that show Tyler, and it says September 10th underneath it, but if you actually look closely, it says September 19th. But I'm sure many of you have already seen the videos with the predictive programming. The person assassinated being Charlie Kirkland, getting shot in the neck. Those are not coincidences either, but there's so much content out there about that I just wanted to mention it in passing here, not just do a separate video on it. These are other things that we're seeing from the psychosis, because that's important to pay attention to, right? This whole I am Charlie Kirk. All these people are going, I am Charlie Kirk. They don't think they're under any type of mind control, right? I am Charlie Kirk. Drop a heart and a flag if you are Charlie Kirk. I'm not Charlie Kirk, thankfully. I'm not, because I'm not interested in going into witness protection right now.
Holy fucking God, the guy's name is Trump Lover, for crying. Really?
Is that Benny Johnson? Or is that cat turd?
All right. Oh my God. He reminds me so much of my Chihuahua. You know, who gets so excited about Trump and shit. You know, my little dog, she gets so excited about me. We'd think Elvis just came in the house, you know. He's like, oh, you know.
Tail starts going.
Oh, yeah. And that's what he reminds me of. He's panting. You know, he's a jerk. 40-year-old frat boy.
Now, and I'm also not interested in being an asset or an agent for the satanic government. Other people, I mean, is this a psychosis for you? A friend of mine was so moved by Charlie Kirk that he got a tattoo in memory of him. A tattoo, a little bloodletting ritual, by the way, which is forbidden, but nonetheless, a tattoo of Charlie Kirk. Not a very good one either, but many of the MAGA people have gotten Charlie Kirk tattoos on their body, pictures even of him throwing the hat in the air as one of those final epic photos that were strategically taken, just like Donald Trump's assassination photo. We have people flying banners at the beach. How about this one? Psalm. They're Charlie K. Kirk, a saint in God's hands.
Oh my God.
Someone paid money to fly this over a beach somewhere. Be all right? Clearly not. And maybe you've seen some of these other videos that people are using AI to create. It just is unbelievable. Depicting him with what's supposed to be the image of Jesus Christ, which of course is up for debate about the skin color, the hair, everything else. But nonetheless, the picture that you perceive as Jesus Christ with Charlie Kirk and John F. Kennedy, even ones with Martin Luther King, another COINTELPRO operative I've exposed many times, member of the Bull, member of the Prince Hall Freemasonry, Abe Lincoln, right, with him, people who've been assassinated, supposedly. And then they even have one where Charlie Kirk is turning water into wine with Jesus and the Pope. So this isn't insanity. All you may have even noticed, like I've said, all these alt-right people who are supposed to be his friends, who are already back, and of course, look, they'll be back doing their podcasts and all that stuff, but they're selling merchandise with Charlie, all this merchandise with Charlie, even, which is insane, Christmas ornaments with Charlie Kirk. I mean, could you imagine walking into a home and somebody has a Charlie Kirk ornament for Saturnalia on their tree? So this just shows you how deep this psychosis actually goes. And it's continuing on. And people are starting to wake up because of Erica Kirk's actual behavior. Connections I talked about, even with trafficking in Romania. There's so many things that people are going, her openly talking about her mother working for Homeland Security. This is how the government works, ladies and gentlemen. This is an arranged fake marriage. No different. Conservatives all say that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift is an arranged marriage. Well, of course it is. All of these are. So why is it when it's their team, when it's the person they root for and think is wearing the same uniform as them, they can't call it out for what it is?
Whoa, hold up. I just figured something out. Charlie Kirk is the guy that played Joey on Friends.
That's it.
You can see it right there.
Eat a whole turkey, Joey.
What's that guy's name? Matt LeBlanc?
Joey
LeBlanc.
Was.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he died, right?
No,
no, that was the other guy. Sorry.
That was Matt
Perry. Yeah.
He had a special serial. It was called Just Joey. It was funny as fuck. Much better than Friends.
Oh, was it?
So I went to that festival today, right? The Cranberry Festival. There's probably like 150,000 people. Easy. It was huge.
Wow.
But they already had T-shirts all over the place printed up of him, and people were buying them. So.
Oh my God.
And they were pretty bad.
Yeah, I meant to look at your videos on my phone.
Oh, don't worry.
Because anybody out there that thinks Erica Kirk's behavior is normal is just telling themselves that, right? Well, do other people grieve differently? Oh, do they? No, this isn't how anybody normal actually grieves. So we have, just to recap some of the stuff, of course, the Kabbalah bracelet, like every other one of these operatives who practice and perform black magic, wearing it on that television series, in that music video that she did for Emerson Drive, She's My Kind of Crazy, doing the zip line right in front of, they give you that shot to show you the ceiling at 9:10 in front of the Fremont, which means freedom, which is the same shirt Charlie Kirk was wearing when he was assassinated at 9:10, the date of his assassination. We had the post from Rabbi David Yosef, dated September 2nd. Oopsies. He forgot the 1. He forgot to put 12. He's going to do 12. Oops. Forgot about that, right? Elon Musk for Charlie, of all the pictures he could have posted. He's saying, well, we made amends, right? It made amends. They're both doing the triangle of power, just like Charlie and his buddy Candace Owens. Of course, Candace Owens is leading the pack for the supposed conspiracy out there because they know, it looks like a charade. It doesn't look natural. The bullet, there's so many things we've all exposed. So Candace Owens has been put at the front lines here as his friend to look into the government-created conspiracy, that it wasn't really Tyler. It was the Mossad, because Charlie Kirk was speaking against the Mossad, right? So they can bring in more of their anti-Semitic laws and rules that we'll have to deal with because people like her who are going to blame the Mossad and Israel for the assassination. Won't talk about it actually being faked or anything else. Just going to go down that road. That way we can have a false flag around, a temple somewhere where the shooter is MAGA guy. And it's because they were all fired up over Candace Owens saying that their hero could have been taken down by the Mossad. So they put these people, like I said, they're replacements who act like, people like us are lunatics, but they would never have people like us on. And she could look and she could go, well, why would I have that guy on? He's got no subscribers. Was way up ahead of Candace Owens on pace, for subscribers. The Candace Owens, been there, done that. They won't have people like me on who are well known. If I popped up on that show, people go, oh, he's alive? I didn't know he was still here. He's still talking about this stuff because a lot of people are familiar with my voice and my work, even though it's had to be renamed over and over. They won't have people like me on to debate this stuff because I can bury them. That's why. That's the only reason why. Candace Owens has people on that she can bury, but she can't bury me. And I point all this stuff out, Erica's behavior, the Masonic ties, everything we've already exposed, right? But they'll let her lead the front for the, the fake-rooted conspiracy that they're pushing, that he's actually dead. We have the CIA recruitment at Utah Valley. Even the Omega tattoo looks like a branding on Erica's hand. And then, of course, the psychosis that we're continuing to see with Charlie Kirk worship, which MAGA pretends it's not worship. They're just honoring him. Just like when they say it's not worship of Trump, yet they're bowing down at the altar of Trump, even the golden statues of Trump, which is all biblical. The golden calf, I mean, it's pretty scary out there, folks. That's why we talk about psychosis. That's what people are in. Got to pull them out. And hopefully people see more and more of this stuff and start saying, you know what? We're seeing what's coming. We're seeing even the government's talking about making a silver coin for Charlie Kirk. Has anyone seen that? That was shared on the website as well.
That'll be worth 33 cents.
Yeah, 33 and a third.
Jesus.
House Republicans moved to put Charlie Kirk on U.S. silver dollar. I mean, you're kidding me, right? You're kidding me. Guy was flown in on Air Force Two. I thought he has no connection to the government. He's just a podcaster, right? Oh, well. Oh, okay. Right. I mean, they obviously are using the character Charlie Kirk to move forward with a lot of the things that are to come, and it's helping in the left-right divide more than anything, because now we're seeing conservatives calling for the removal of free speech of Democrats, just like the Democrats are calling for removal of free speech for conservatives who are speaking against the LGBT or who are questioning COVID or anything else that we saw. So the psychosis continues, ladies and gentlemen. I thank everybody for being here. I hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families, as always.
I'll tell you, we got some real winners in this society.
Yeah.
I gotta wonder.
Go ahead, Top.
I gotta wonder. I'm looking over here, and we got Rachel Revolution in here. She's got to keep making reference to their transness. Okay, why is that necessary? No one cares. Okay, no one really cares. That's your business, right? Nobody cares if you're trans.
Apparently, a private sex life is
non-existent. You're wanting people to think you're a woman, then stop telling them that you're not, or whatever it is.
I think she was.
So, can you play the latest video on the list, if possible? The last one on the very bottom. That one is very good.
Somebody in the comment section. Somebody in the comment section said that. Oh, it looks like a dude because she had some shoulders when she was leaning out the door, and I think Rachel was making a comment like, I think I know.
She does have some masculine features.
Yeah, her shoulders especially, and around her neck.
Yeah,
look kind of thick. That's why Rachel was jumping in to say, she's just thick.
Oh, I'm like, man, I don't understand that shit for a second.
No, I think you're right for calling it out. I think she doesn't miss a beat when it comes to exposing her privacy.
I'm starting to see a pattern. I mean, there was
I see it every time. Every time.
I say just be you. Whatever you are, just be you.
You're not special.
Yeah,
okay?
Just be you.
There's such thing as a private sex life as well, folks.
Yeah,
private, nobody cares.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that kind of shit.
Yep. Just be you.
So I guess if we want to make a bunch of money, we need to make some merchandise with Charlie Kirk walking on water.
Wow, this has got some really bad
Unfortunately,
resolution.
that's bad quality, but that's what's the best I had.
All right, here we go.
Beginning of the video, he shows a CD or a disc. He immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid. We can see how he separates the oblate spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center. Then, below, he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black.
That's supposedly Freemason, who says...
From this black circle rays come out and 3 rays pass through the hole in the center. Below he writes, still. One of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun. He draws reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole. And above this hole inside what would be the celestial vault he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris.
And then we put some happy little trees over here.
He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes, equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The lines form a triangle. He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle but vice versa. And he writes, as above so below. It's one of the 7 principles of Hermes Trismegistus. It appears on the Emerald Tablet and then in the Kabbalion. He erases the intersections and draws the sun and moon. And he makes a gesture of rotation. He draws 2 arrows to show the distance of the moon and the sun. Both are 3,300 miles or 5,310 kilometers away. Then he measures the diameter of the sun and moon, being the same with a diameter of 32 miles or 51 kilometers. He draws continents on the surface and on the other side as well.
What is this actually supposed to be showing, man?
It's showing where our sun and moon comes from. It comes from the black sun
Well, how the
reflecting
fuck do
off
they
the
know
dome.
that? How do they know
It's the
that?
I don't
secret.
know. I'm
That's
just
the
saying.
big secret. You
Yeah,
know, the
it's
secret societies know this stuff.
Well, maybe, or maybe this guy's
supposedly.
that shit crazy. We don't know that he's
Yeah.
actually a member of a secret society at all. We just know that there's
Mhm.
some
That
guy
could
who doesn't
be bullshit.
know about Russia.
Yeah. Just somebody's theory.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's interesting, but man, let's get on with it, fucking shit or something.
Well, you see the symbolism that they use is in that drawing. You know, the square and compass. All of that stuff is in there.
The one thing I'm thinking though is kind of interesting is how would that explain any of the moon? Like, you know, when you see the shape of the moon, where only a quarter of it, or the smiley face moon.
He will show it over here.
Yeah, he's about to show it.
Yeah.
All right, let's get
Yep, it makes sense.
Like it's being projected through a hole.
Yeah.
He points both sides and writes, same. Below he writes Summerland. He draws rays coming out of the black sun and writes, Northern Lights. The center of the drawing is equal to the Mason symbol, which is a square and a compass. He points out the ray coming out of the black sun toward the moon, and then he erases the face of the moon. He makes signs explaining that the sun doesn't light up the moon. Who does it is the black sun.
Got a pretty dramatic end.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that before. Vibes of Cosmos was one of them, where it kind of projects the same thing, that it's an electromagnetic light with ray.
It's an interesting take, something different to see.
It is kind of weird, man.
Allegedly, that's also where the swastika comes from as well. The black sun.
I did a thing a while ago. I was just going to do that. A couple of years ago, I did a thing where I was studying what the origin of that crap was, and the Native Americans in this, in this region, used it. It was like a good luck symbol, and I think the Indians used it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they reverse. Right, they reverse engineer everything. That's all. It's almost like just reverse psychology. It's like if they tell you to look left, you better run right.
Yep, 100%.
You taking off?
Here pretty quick, yeah. I think so.
Hope you're feeling better, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, we'll say some prayers for you, brother.
Yeah, I think everybody should.
Oh, in this thing here, they're already giving newborns in Kenya digital IDs implanted into them.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it in the UK. I don't know if that's going to stick for long, because I don't know. I think they're going to do it anyway. They're going to not force people, but they're going to make it so it's going to be really a pain in the ass to not have it. They'll do that on purpose.
Now, let me just put it blatantly to you.
I can leave agreed.
The program targets the birth of new babies. So once you have your baby, before your baby leaves the hospital, you no longer get a paper birth certificate, but then you get a digital one that is somehow implanted somewhere on somebody's body. Think about that, but have a listen to this.
The digital ID, which has been a big problem to us for a very long time, is now on a testing mode for the next 2 months. I have been assured by all the stakeholders, led by the ministries concerned, that by December, we will be able to launch digital ID, where every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise, as an ID, that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris.
We're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms, and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein.
God damn.
Kenya is in serious trouble. Now, for you to accept this, that means you're going to be completely surveilled and controlled. Think about it. So,
yeah, the implications are.
Now, let me just put it blatant.
No. Hey, we got to stop this shit, man.
Yeah. It's got to stop. It's going to fucking enslave. I mean, we're already enslaved to a certain degree, but it's just going to make it 10 times worse. It's going to make it worse.
Yeah.
And they're going to make everything digital so that everybody will have to have a phone. And now you've basically got a fucking DARPA weapon in your fucking hand.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, guys, I'm going to shut it down. It's been 4 hours. It's been good
to see you, Sub. Chill out. We'll see you next week.
Right on. Well, it might be by Monday. We'll see what happens. If the rapture doesn't happen, maybe they didn't account for leap year or something. I don't know.
Maybe we're wrong.
Are you on Monday, Sob? Are you coming on Monday?
I might be. We'll see what happens.
I'm usually on Mondays as well, and I'd love to have you on, man.
That'd be cool as shit.
I'd love to have you on the panel.
Good to see you, Chong.
All right, guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks to everybody for coming up. Everybody showed up in the chat, and you guys are wild in there, man. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Hey, I just want to
great
say
show,
everybody.
Tell you what, we get a good crowd in here, man. That's
good to see everybody in chat too. Thank you for coming, and make sure you give a like and subscribe if you aren't already.
Right on.
So one thing real quick, Saab, just going back to the title of your stream, to what degree do we want to approach that? Because I've done a pretty good job of advocating a trollless environment on my channel. I don't have no tolerance for it, and it's very nice. It's been real nice.
Yep.
That sometimes they make it kind of interesting, to me. But after a while, you just don't engage with them anymore, and they just kind of like go the fuck away, you know.
It's just the same suspects every time, you know.
Yeah.
It gets old. It's
And that's why I
not
said earlier. That's why I said earlier in the show. I said these people like FTFE and McToon and Red Reddick don't even fucking entertain any of their shit.
Yeah, and they admit it. They admit it openly that they got nothing without us. As long as we're making content, then they have entertainment. You know, so as long as if we stop, you know, giving what they want, then they're done. That's all it is.
People want to see the fight.
Yeah,
That's what they're getting their money from, is people seeing the fight.
That's right.
Okay, if all you got is some guy like Sean Hawkins does ranting at a fucking video and saying, "Oh, look at this guy's an idiot," blah blah blah, every 2 fucking seconds, you don't really have anything at all. People might watch it once or twice, but after a while, that's old fucking hat, you know.
Yeah,
nobody cares anymore.
Yeah, it gets old quick.
Yeah, it's like, oh, my balls, right?
Yeah, a lot of us are, you know, 5 years in, you know, and it's just we're on to the next chapter at some point. We're not going to sit here in circular reasoning for the rest of our lives.
Just onward and upward. That's all. Stay
Hey,
positive.
listen, that's wild that you say circular reasoning, because I had to tell this dude on Facebook finally. I told him, I said, dude, you're like talking to those fucking people in Idiocracy about Brondo. It's got electrolytes. What are electrolytes? What they used to make Brondo. Oh my God.
Oh, Lordy.
It's like, it's in a thing about gravity. And the thing about that is like, look, this is where this comes in ridiculous. I says,
yeah,
they always want to go to mass attracts mass. Well, my next question is why?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
It's
Why
exactly
does mass attract mass? Where does
because
the
stupid attracts stupid.
Well, yeah, I mean, for you know, I can entertain the idea that mass has potential energy, but the mass itself is not energy. So this means that the mass would have to be drawing a source of power from somewhere, a source of energy from somewhere to create a gravitational force.
Yeah, it's a positive claim where the burden has never been met, you know, and it's not demonstrable. So bye-bye. It's moot. It means nothing.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it right there it shows why.
Yeah,
you know, the conservation of energy, the first law of thermodynamics: energy cannot be created or destroyed; it can only be transferred or transformed.
Right.
Okay. Yep. So, in order to have a gravitational force, the energy has to come from somewhere. Does the Earth eat and get calorific energy? Does mass, you know, replenish itself? Or where the fuck is this never-ending supply of energy that's creating this force with? It makes absolutely zero sense.
It's electrolyte stuff.
Yeah, that's it. It's what they make Brondo with.
Good to see everybody.
Hey, take care of yourselves up.
All right, guys. We'll
Have a
see
good
you
night.
next time, everybody. Thanks for everybody for coming up.
Good night.
Don't forget, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. Go see your doctor, and man, watch how dumb of shit they do. I just did. They were appalled that I didn't have a family doctor. What? You don't have a doctor? No. Why? I says, I haven't been sick enough to need one. And this is another thing too. Doctor versus physician. Okay. Hinge on the door breaks. Okay. I can doctor it with a piece of duct tape, or I can repair it. Difference. 100% difference. So, and remember, if you heard the shot, it wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.